We are here, Tail Abyss Project Breakdown. How you guys feeling? Guys, did you see that the pinned messages on YouTube are now at the bottom and black instead of white? That's super confusing because now every time I chat, I think I just posted a message. It's so confusing. Just, yeah, YouTube L. But W modus for the project breakdown of today. Let's get it started. Hello there and welcome back. My name is Paul, aka Modus. As always, I hope you've had an amazing week. It hasn't even been that long. We last saw each other this past Tuesday where we completed another song. We completed the demo track for a new sample pack later this year. So yeah, pretty cool stuff. And this next Tuesday, we're gonna mix and master it. I have the stems ready, and yeah, just watch through that. But we're not here for that today. We're here to take a look at what makes Tail Abyss tick, what makes it work, the innards, the ins and outs, the interiors and the interiors and exteriors of a track. So yeah, this was a pretty surreal collab. You can tell I have no script here. This was a pretty surreal collab because one day I was just out here making some tunes, and the next I was talking over Zoom with an Emmy winner. We have Atrix to thank. I don't know if it's here in chat, but it's definitely in the Discord server, which you should just join, by the way. ! Discord. Nightbot at some point. There you go. But he is definitely in the server, and he was basically the one that set us up because he knew both of us, and he commented in one of Steven's videos that he should check me out, and then the rest is history from there. No script, just essential oils. Look, I've been doing this for long enough, okay? I think I don't need a script anymore. But yeah, and then from there we enlisted the help of Toryn for the vocals because I had written a vocal top line. But yeah, I didn't quite know who I wanted for that, so like Steven chimed in, and no pun intended, and he said, hey, like try out Toryn, and then he connected me to her, and from there, you know, she like her performance is in the track. You guys can just hear how absolutely amazing she was over there. And yeah, we're just gonna open up full of studio Fruity Loops and we're gonna take a look at the whole thing, the whole song beginning to end, the instrumental, the production session, sound design, all that, and then a separate session where I did the vocal mix, the mix and master, so the whole vocal chain, the whole master chain, all 8 revisions of it, because the version you're hearing is V8 of the master. The final version was V8. So yeah, it went through several reworks, but we made it work. We made it work for sure, and we made it on time, which was the more important thing. Don't know how to arrange the tracks. What's the talk about essential oils right now in chat? What are you guys on about? What the guys, in case you missed it, it's in radioactive red on the top left corner of the stream. In case you were thinking about boycotting, like spamming, I am always 2 steps ahead, Nicocado avocado style, and yeah. I turned off channel point alerts for this stream, so no matter how much you took the flute and the automaton, and it's not gonna work. Okay? No matter how you spin it, it's not gonna work. Okay? So yeah, which has now made this stream 532% more boring. But no, it's just that we're gonna cut the sub into a shorter supercut video. Jared is gonna be handling that. However long this stream ends up being, which I'm calling it's gonna be around 2.5 to 3 hours. That's like my target. We might go a bit longer, but certainly not 4 hours. I don't think I'm gonna take 4 hours to break this down. But then Jared is going to cut it up into a 25 to 30 minute video with the best bits, the highlights, and both that and this full stream will remain free to watch for everyone forever. Or at least until YouTube kicks the bucket. At some point in the future. The only essential thing I want is BBC Radio 1 Essential Mix. Sorry, I don't have the radio voice to back that up. Lacking in the music theory department, essential oils. Yeah, just... So then for this serum growl, we enlisted the help of essential oil. Shall we just jump into it? Because, yeah, I don't really have a lot to yap about, because we yapped for quite a bit on Tuesday. So, yeah, it's just, we just do that, and it's out now. And the song is out now, and go stream it. I'm not going to play the whole thing through once, because, dude, the song's been out for 5 days. If you haven't listened to it already, what the f*** are you waiting for? So yeah, this is just, we're gonna get straight into it. We're gonna get right into the meat and potatoes of the essential oils. We're gonna get right into the essential oils of this track. I feel like this is gonna be a pattern. I feel like this is gonna become a bit of a motif on this stream, the essential oils thing. But hey, guys, let's jump straight into FL. Welcome one and all to this special Friday night stream. We should have been doing Friday Chill normally, but today it's a special occasion for we just put out a new song and we want to break it down. So here's the full project walkthrough for Till Abyss. FL cometh before me. Can you review my track? That's on Saturdays, my buddy. Saturdays is the feedback day. Today, we're just taking a look at this monstrosity, spared him his life from the Till Abyss breakdown. Look at it. It's big. You've also never seen this before. This is the very first time, this is the very first time in the world you guys ever see this project. I have worked in this in complete secret. This has been top secret for many months until it got revealed. But yeah, you guys didn't know a thing about this, except maybe those who were at that one Token Machine stream where I submitted the song. But hey, just. But the project, no one has ever seen it yet besides me. So this is the first time more than these two eyes are seeing through this monstrosity. Look at it, it's big. And it's got a pretty sizable automation hell. This is a Till Abyss. I would rather essential oils. Why not both? You get a free snare with that. How many songs is the Big M keeping up his sleeve? At any given point, I was recently on a Zoom call with both Steven and Toryn. We were planning for like the social media reels, right? And at one point she mentioned to us that she is sitting on like 200 unreleased tracks. And I was like, what? I'm sorry? Sitting on 200 unreleased tracks? I've only, in my 12 years as Modus, I have produced about 130 tracks total. And she's sitting on 200 unreleased tracks right now. How she does that is beyond me, but hey, I could never be that prolific. What I mean to say is, at any given point in time, I'm probably sitting on like 4 or 5 tracks at most, save for the big moments where I'm releasing like an EP or maybe even an album, whatever. I may be sitting on more, but it's very rare, right? It's very rare. I'm sitting on 40, brother. You're already sitting on like a third of the entire Modus discography with that. how to name sections in FL like that. All you have to do is just right click here and there's a context menu that will show up. You don't see it here because of OBS window capture shenanigans. But if you right click, there's this menu that shows up and the very first option you see is called rename, color, and icon. And so you can change all three of those things. You can rename the track, you can change its icon, and you can change its color. Another really cool thing that you can do is if you're reserving a track for one specific sound, you can choose to have it so that, hey, I'm just gonna import something like a crash or something. There's a crash, right? And I want this track to be only that crash. So first, I color code this crash. I give it a certain color, and then I go here, right click, and there's another option in the context menu that you can't see, but just trust me here, okay? Here's here's an option that says auto name, and it's gonna auto name and change the icon according to the first sample that you have in that track. So the first sample is going to give this track its name, right? And you can actually do this in reverse as well. If you name a track first, and then there's another option that says auto name clips. See that? Crazy cool. Say about intro. Oh, the markers. Okay. So you just have to hit the. So first of all, you have to make the playhead sit on the position that you want to add the marker, and then you hit this command called Alt-T. So if you hold Alt and then press T, Alt-T, you get this pop-up to give it a name, which you also cannot see because OBS, but here, test. And there it is, and you hit enter and it shows up. And if you right-click this marker, you can also change the type of marker. You can set this to be the start of the song, which will turn all of the other bars darker. You can also set this to be a loop marker, a marker skip. So once the playhead reaches here, it's going to skip back to the beginning or to the next marker. You can also use markers to change the time signature mid-track, which is pretty cool. And there's another thing that I would like for markers to be able to do, which is change the tempo. So that's a feature that is not there, but I would like for it to be there. If you right click, I would like for there to be an action that changes the tempo of the track as well, so that once you go past this marker, you don't need a tempo automation. That would be pretty cool. And for it to adjust the grid size accordingly and all that, the same way that it adjusts the grid markers for time signatures. I don't know how much code that would be, so I don't know coding. I don't know that much. I'm not, like, I understand some coding, but I'm not a developer myself, so I wouldn't know how much work that would be to implement that feature. Yeah. All right, guys, shall we finally jump into the breakdown? Guys, you are seeing, for the very first time in public, the project, the FL Studio Proyecto, or Tail Abyss. And, but before we jump into the song itself, I need to tell you about the original stems that Steven sent me. Because this song actually started on Steven's side. So he came up with the original idea, and he sent me a bunch of stems for this draft that he conjured up. And save for some mixing changes I might have done. This might sound a little bit all over the place mixing wise, but just so you get the idea, it sounded a little bit something like this. Right? You can already see the chord progression there. Right? The original BPM was 137. I then brought it down to 130 because I felt the more housey tempo fit the track better. And then there's this bit. The brass is very loud. There we go. So as you can see, it's very larger than life, orchestral passage. The ethereal part, yeah. The high note that Tokyo Machine liked so much, that was his idea. The na na na, that was his idea. So that's full credit to him. And then that's how it, yeah. So he came up with the progression and the main melody, and I basically did the rest. So we're gonna mute this for now, and now let's jump finally into the modus version of the track. So this is that, but modused. I modused the thing. Here we go. Disclaimer: this won't have the vocals, so this project has no vocals. The vocals come in the mixing and mastering stage. Yeah, this is just the track for now. So here's the intro. As you can see, also stems from Steven. But what you can find in here is the vocal placeholder, which is not on for some reason. Let me see if I can turn it on so you guys can hear that I already had the melody for the vocal. There you go. So I already had the melody for the vocals. I came up with the lyrics after I came up with the melody, so I had to find a way to come up with lyrics that fit the melody and that the wording, the accenting of the words hit the landing notes. It's a mystery, it's unknown, right? So that was definitely a challenge. But for now, we'll turn off the vocal placeholder melody and just focus on the instrumental itself. So we'll go top to bottom, right? So first we've got some tubular bells. It's just simple east-west play. Not this east-west play. This east-west play that's about to open up. There you go. Tubular bells, right? It's East-West Goliath, one of my libraries of choice for anything that's not the basic like core of the orchestra. So there's strings, winds, brass, everything that's not that. Goliath is really good for. So like the more the less common instruments, and maybe even some obscure and ethnic instruments, like Goliath has a ton of them, has lots of variety, which is pretty cool. And yeah, the bells just have EQ, tons of reverb, and then for the outro, there's a specific automation that removes this one particular frequency, but that's just like a one-off thing that activates at the very end. Then we have a bell tree, which I also bounced off of East-West Goliath, probably. There it is. Pretty quiet, but it is there. Let me turn it up so you can hear it. There you go. And here is a bunch of Vila Siren ad-libs that I used as placeholder for these like blurred intro vocals. So you know how in the final version of Till Abyss, there's these vocals at the beginning, these blurred ad-libs that go na, 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 na. Well, I use this as placeholder, but it has a different melody. If you play through them, it's just totally different. But I used them to like get a feel for how the vocals would fit on top of the ambient of the intro here. So if Toryn hadn't been here, this is probably how the intro would have ended up sounding. But I ended up scrapping those. And then we've got some stems from Steven, which I gave a little bit of a spin. So took this cello. And there's some EQ in here to accentuate mids, get rid of this lower region there, right? Clean that up a little bit, make that a little brighter and less resonant on the mid highs. Then there's the piano bass, that's his stem. I pan this to the left because there's another piano stem. So as you can see here, it says piano left hand, right? So this is the left hand of the piano if you were to play this yourself. And then there's another stem later that is called piano right hand. Here it is, piano left hand and right hand. The right hand basically plays like an arpeggiated chord. See that? And that's pan to the right. So we have both hands, each pan to one side. So you get this really wide piano. And you get the feeling that the lower the note, the further to the left it is, and the higher the register on the piano, the further to the right it is. So you get this thing where, like, if the piano was in front of you, if the piano was just in your face, each piano, like each note would have matched your position, like your head position relative to the piano, which is pretty cool. I probably shouldn't be muting this because it comes in handy later. And then we've got some more strings. Really cool ambient strings. I wonder where he got these from. I should probably ask him what library he used here because I quite like this. And there you go. And there's the cellos, which I ended up not using here, but I transposed an octave up. But eventually I decided that there was another layer that would be doing this, which is this. So I basically just took this cello, I based it in reverb, and I bounced it, and that's what this is. So this is a cello transposed an octave up, reverbed and bounced. And there you go. Okay, and next up is some sea, ocean, waves, Foley type thing. This is just a recording, I believe, from Boom Library. No, it's a pack called PMSAF sampler, whatever this is. I have no idea where I got this from. June 2020, but probably some pack somewhere. Wow, very, very specific, Paul. That really narrows it down. But yeah, the thing's called PMSAF sampler June 2020, and it has all these things, all these really cool things. And it has tons of like different categories. Sci-fi atmos, it's got steps, it's got synths, it's got like hill ambient sounds, mechanical morph sounds, and then there's this one called Mediterranean, which is just 3 Foley recordings, 3 pretty long Foley recordings. And it's just this. And as you can probably tell, this barely sounds like an ocean anymore because I did that to it. I bandpassed it and then I just accentuated the heck out of this 523 hertz, which just amounts to a high C in there. So you get a little bit of the C texture, but mostly it's that tone in there. Alongside the like whoosh of the waves. And then, of course, total verb, because why not? Then we've got these 2 things. These are some shard samples that I fetched from a different track of mine, which is not out yet. Very quiet stuff. And it's got a spectral gate and a plug data to harmonize that. It sounds like this. Very quiet, but it's there. So it's just with these types of ambient intros, there's tons of layers, but they're all really quiet because each thing is going to contribute this tiny texture and then this other tiny texture, and it all amounts to this general ambiance feel. Did you turn that ocean sound into the pre-drop pluck? I don't think so. I think that's a separate sample, but we'll get there. We'll get there. And then I took the bell tree from Yovio. Maybe he's even here in chat. something. He might be preparing for his EP premiere, which is happening in like 30 minutes. So congrats to him. I sampled the Bell Tree from our Snowblind remix back in August, right? And I also reverbed that a bunch, you know. And then I've got a bunch of other Bell Trees here. This one I believe is from Boom Library now. Some Bell Trees. And this is all going into the same mix, into the same track on the mixer, which just has a spectral gate to rule out all the like more percussive like textures to the sound and leave only the tones. And then we've got plug data to chordify this, you know, and Lux Verb and Toro Verb. So we've got a 2 reverb combo, an LFO tool that comes in later, I believe. This does something later. And then we've got a Fruity Balance. And then this is an assortment of a granulized version of, I believe, this stem. So the Arcade Strings Bridge stem from Steven. I took this and then I ran it through a granulizer and a bunch of other effects, and this came up. Oh no, it's this other stem. Ding dun ding dun ding dun ding dun ding dun ding dun. It's from the breakdown here. It's this one. There you go. So I took that, I granulized it, and then I just reverbed it, and this came up. I transposed one an octave down, another an octave up, and then I got this beautiful. Oh, it sounds like this synthesized sitar type sound thing. I had to keep it in there. It gives this really like closing nature to the intro where it goes bum, where it goes on the F chord here. Bum bum. That's like a 7th, right? Bum bum. Ah. Really cool. And we've got some rising pads from here as well. And then there's a couple samples from my upcoming new sample pack, Mega Nova. So these are some brand new pads that I made just for the pack, but I used it in advance here. So yeah, these are really cool. And then obviously there's the bass, the D pad. There it is. How did y'all install the Spectral Suite? Because mine refused to load. First, you have to paste it into your program files VST folder, and then you have to like go to options, manage plugins into a file, and then like reload, refresh the plugin list, and then they show up. So you have to like tick them, and then they show up in FL Studio. Not sure how it is for any other DAW, but yeah. What's your favorite piano plugin? Hi, Gatito Letal. By the way, my favorite piano plugin is without a doubt Addictive Key Studio Grand. Spark and Step, let's go. By the way, hello. Been a minute. Thank you so much for becoming a member once again. You resubbed indeed. All right. Yeah, favorite piano plugin without a doubt Addictive Key Studio Grand. I believe it's from Excellent Audio. Yeah. Not Xylent. Does not stand for Xylent. It's not Xylent Audio. Excellent. Okay. I got this, like, you can literally get this for free, or at least I got this for free alongside my first audio interface, my Focusrite Scarlett 2i2. I think it was the 2nd gen 2i2. I still have it here somewhere, but it's not plugged in. Right now I'm on an SSL 2+. But yeah, the Scarlett 2i2 came with this like download code for both Ableton Live Lite and then a bunch of other plugins and sample packs, and this was one of them. So you could choose which piano from Addictive Keys you wanted. So there's Studio Grand And then there's modern upright, and then there was, I think, this one, electric grand, right? So there's a bunch of like pianos here. Yeah. So they gave me a choice between Studio Grand, Modern Upright, and the Electric Grand. I chose Studio Grand, and oh my god, I made such a bass choice because it's so good. But yeah, I basically just replicated Steven's progression here. And there's a portamento. And the original progression is dun, 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 dun. And then for the second repetition, I ended it on that F. Because this F is basically going to be the main foundation, like where the first drop is going to start. It's going to start on the subdominant on this F, because we are in C minor. And here, we've got some clap Foley's, which is another foresight. So the F here on the intro is a foresight to the start of the first drop, which is going to start on that same chord. The claps are now a foresight to drop 2, I believe. Oh no, to the breakdown, the really big cinematic ethereal part. Not that one, this one. Not that one, this one. And there it is, the lots of claps. Foley. And here they are, right at the beginning. So it's just a tiny bit of foresight. No one's ever going to notice that that is a foresight. But it's just like on the subconscious level more than anything. It helps glue the track together. It helps bring it all together, right? When certain elements are first teased in the beginning and then they reappear later in their full form, like how they were supposed to appear, right? So you first tease them a little bit, and then they fully appear, right? So it's like call and response, but across the full track, right? And then we've got some more impacts here. These are from AU5, and then another preset stem from Steven. It's just a bass drum, like an orchestral bass drum, the one you hit with a really big stick. And then we've got some timpanis. These are sampled, I believe, from NYP9 stems or from NYP10 stems. They're near-Paracal stems. And then there's this other timpani. This is from Kashmir. And then there's sleigh bells from East West here. There's that. Some clock ticking sounds. But they're really reverbed. And the reverb gets automated off eventually, as you can see there. And then there's another impact. And there it is. Just build up here on this last chord. With all the layers together. Let's get to the first build up. That's it. I didn't know you can start your drop in the subdominant instead of the first note of your scale. It's about making sense at the end of the bass. Yeah, it's just as long as you land somewhere stable in the scale, right? As long as the root note appears somewhere, you can start on the subdominant. You can start on... So this chord progression, for example, it starts on the superdominant. So it starts on the 6th degree. And then it hits the fundamental. So it's 6-1, right? Subdominant, tonic, which is the root note. And then it does the mediant, which is the 3rd degree. So this is A flat major, C minor, E flat major, and then G minor. So it does super dominant 6, tonic 1, mediant 3, and then it does dominant, which is the G, the 5. So it's 6, 1, 3, 5. Bum. There it is. So yeah, this is just me basically taking Steven's idea and modusifying it with my own sound palette. So first we've got the saws, which obviously they start pretty filtered. As you can see, I did a bit of an offbeat pattern here, and I took the violin staccato melody, dun 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 ding dun 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 dun, from Steven's stems, which are here. So I basically just redid this in super soft form to complement the strings. There it is. It's the same thing. And the super soft patch is just a Serum 2 patch, I believe. Or Serum 1. Serum 1. It's the same patch from Crystal Clearer. Back in 2024. Exobolt 011, I think it was. And then it just builds up. So as you can see, there's an automation that controls the filter, and this is just a fully manual automation probably. It's not, okay. So I have an LFO somewhere. I think this envelope is controlling the filter, yeah. And I'm just controlling how high up it starts and ends. So as you can see, the frequency knob is raising. But because there's still an automation, it just opens up the plucky nature of the saw. So it still sounds plucky, but... And then as it reaches the top, the filter starts to spend more time fully opened up. So it sounds like the pluck is turning into a sustain with that. There are times where I will just do that automation manually, like on the clip itself. They're pretty detuned. They have like 10 voices and they're pretty harshly detuned. And then there's another oscillator to this, which is an octave up and has a different detuning. So there's that, and then there's this. It just adds slightly different. There you go. Together they create this composite saw. Of course we have Bejeweled sounds. This is just ripped from the Bejeweled Twist tracker files, I'm pretty sure. I sampled this pluck from the Bejeweled Twist game files. Right? It's this lead. And it loops, it has all the loop points and everything. And I just took that and I filtered it, right? Dun, 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 dun. So I'm also embedding Steven's melody into the ARP motion in there, right? And then this drone is muted, so you have nothing there. We have some vocal effects to help with that with the filler here. This is a pack called Atmospherica 3, I'm pretty sure, from Laniakia Sounds. Laniakia Sounds, Atmospherica 3. Really cool vocal stuffs in there. We've got this thing. Oh, this is just a bounce of this. Okay, so that's why this is muted. So, it's just a high-pitched drone that I distorted a lot and then reverbed and then distorted again. So it has a distortion module, a reverb, and another distortion module, and that makes this really gritty lead sound. And it has a crystallizer on top as well. Here it is. And then I just bounced and turned off all of these effects to save on CPU. Yeah. And then we've got some more sound effects here. Ooh, this is a whisper from... I'm not entirely sure where this is, because it seems I recorded this specifically in December. I'm not exactly sure how I got this. This might be sampled also from the Sea Waves thing, or at least that's what it sounds like to me, but then again, it has been a little while. And then obviously we've got Steven's stems again. And the piano right hand is now coming in again. Just as a little layer there. Pretty quiet. You can see it there. And then we've got our little bass, I believe. Yes. just this filtering bass, which is really cool. And it's also detuned. Oh, mint. Love it. So it's not very bassy, but it doesn't need to be because it's a build-up. Like, save the really bassy bass for drop 1, right? So this is just like a tease. Not as sub-heavy. As you can see, the harmonics are... Oh, you're not even seeing that. Hello? Let me help you out with that. What's happening here? FL Studios. Close. Why is the EQ not showing up? Oh, because it's detached. Okay. For some reason, that EQ was detached, so they weren't even seeing that. Okay. But yeah, as you can see, the harmonics are... Some of them are even louder than the sub. So yeah, just not very sub-heavy, but that's by design. Ah, yes, the Bejeweled Twist, yeah. It's on everything, dude. It's on everything. I put it on everything. It's like the piano. It's just, I use it every time on everything. When the time comes to write the film score for the New Year Protocol movie, you can be sure I'll put some Bejeweled Twist in there. And so yeah, the origin sample for this is the Squig Growl, which is from my Supernova pack, I believe. Supernova sample pack, yes, and the original looks like that. Really crunchy bass, but it has this like plate reverb wet nature to it, which is really cool. I just took that, detuned it even further, and just filtered it with an EQ. Avatar 4, the New Year Protocol. I am excitement maxing right now. Yeah. Hi. The Squig Growl. And then, obviously, we've got the drums. Just basic. This is the snare that is going to be used from in drop 2. Well, no, not really. I think this is called drop 2 snare, but I actually ended up using a different snare for drop. Yeah, here it is. Drop 2 snare, but I only used the tail of it. So for drop 2, I was gonna use a different snare initially, but then I just layered the same snare as the Snowblind remix. So this is snare 5 from Meganova, which is not out yet, but it will be this year. I just layered that with that snare, which is here in full. Full autosave? There it is. Yes, the tail of it. Exactly. Then we've got some claps. More claps. Some hi-hats from Aquarius 4th. Frequent viewer of the chat of the streams. Frequent chat member is what I meant to say. Then we've got some very subtle faded in hats. So not the hit. They're basically like being manually sidechained with this fade in to the kick, right? And then we've got this hat loop here, which is extremely quiet. It's minus 32 dB. But then it gets progressively louder. And once again, this is totally manual. Every 2 bars, I just updated the volume. And then for here, it gets louder. There it is. And then we've got some more Yo-Yo samples here. Got this crash. And then this other crash, which is the first crash of the new Meganova pack. Using Meganova quite a bit here already. And then this is the classic AU5 cymbal crash huge, of course. Never a Modus track without it. You got this really cool, like, full crash. Really full sounding crash. And then there's this noise down lifter at the end of the build-up. Right? Same thing here. And then we've got the Damage 2 drums. So, just the drums you hear during the build-up. These are all recorded here. As you can see, there was one more hit I decided not to use. And there we go. They're all written here. And here it is. We got some more synths here. We'll get to that. It adds to that feeling of the drop progressing, makes the drop still feel as fresh as when it hit, even after 8 bars. Yeah. Okay, let's get here. So first we have this new layer, which is just addictive drums. I'm pretty sure this is just a bunch of close hats and then a few rides. Yes. There it is. I'll believe, yeah, it says breakdown, because this is me reusing this from the breakdown, which is here. Pretty much the same. It's a mystery, it's unknown. So it plays here. It's a mystery, it's unknown. With a really nice offbeat there. And we've got our usual siren uplifter. So things are starting to build up. Oh, the build-up progressing, There it is. Then the D-pad. And for the end of the build-up, it goes an octave higher, so it creates even more tension as just things keep building up, and then it gets high-passed. And there it is. And then we've got a bunch more layers here. I believe these are just chord layers. Yeah. These are the same layers that will be in drop 2 for the big wall of sound, the melodic drop at the end. These are some of those layers. So we've got some super saws. We've got some super verb, which is just a reverb pad, super saw pads from Supernova sample pack. And then we've got some bass layers. I believe this one is from Meganova, and this one is from either Hypernova or Ultranova. So yeah, lots of Modus sample pack samples in here. Really helps cut down my production time. And as you can see, the pattern that says build up piano is a lot more than just a piano. So there's this patch. This is a synth on Kepler, built in a full studio effect. This. The thing that does the melody from Steven. And then it has this special movement at the end that I added myself. But da 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 da, right? I added this is a reprise from Steven, and then I added my own bit in there to help transition into the F. Bang, right? And we've got the piano, which is here. Let me find the piano, because as you can see, it's a pretty big mixer. It's 216 tracks. Found the piano. Really large chords. No human can play this with their own 2 hands. You're gonna need at least 73 hands to be able to play this, but hey, it's a produced track, who cares, right? So I had to do some cleanup on the piano. This is mainly to get rid of the lower hammer hits. And then we've got some turtle verb. And yes, I know how I said in the Discord chat not that long ago that OTT after reverb is maniacal. Well, I just did it here. Okay. You can cancel me on Twitter now. I did OTT after the reverb. Not entirely sure why I did it, but 2026 me would have never done that. What do you mean? I always do OTT after reverb. If I can help it, I'll do it before the reverb, because then the reverb gets compressed with the OTT and it becomes much harder to manage. And as you can see, there's also that bass note, that F, going up, bum, bum, like the deep pad goes up an octave, same thing. And then it has this arpeggio, na 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 na. And it has these notes here as well. Bun, dun, ding, dun, ding, dun, ding. Right? Which they just help for like filling up the sound. You don't really hear this in context. Pretty quiet. And here we've got the Bejeweled lead once again, but then there's another Bejeweled patch, this time from Bejeweled 3. Oh, so cool. This is a bass from Bejeweled 3, which is, I believe, the latest Bejeweled game before EA started pushing all that mobile game slop. Yeah, this, like, Bejeweled 3 was the last good Bejeweled game. The last game from, like, actual, like, PopCap, you know? And this just has the coolest bass synth. And it's right here. Oh! So cool. And then I high-passed it because I didn't need there to be a sub here. And then I filtered that. So it does the wow. All of the automation for this is further down, and automation hell, by the way. So if you don't see any automation, it's all happening way further down here. Yeah, we got the chords again. It's a filter. Makes them rise, and then it high passes everything. And then there's a Wolf Rayet bass brass. Yo. I'm going to be back in about 20 minutes. Okay. Can't wait to hear your EP as well. Okay, and finally we get to the pre-drop, which there is a hat in the final version. So alongside the plug here, there's a hat that does so it does basically that, but this is not in the production session. I actually added this last minute. I added the hi-hat last minute on the master session. So yeah, just as we kept listening to the track, and then Steven and I went back and forth, like, hey, how can we change this, like modify this, like update that, right? So we just made like small improvements to the track from the first version, as I commented at the start of the stream. The final version you hear is version 8 of the master, and somewhere from V1 to V8 I added those hi-hats on the pre-drop, that right? But they're not here. They're on the mastering project. And on the mastering project, you'll also see another addition, which is the piano chord at the end of the second build-up here. There's a piano chord on the final version that does da-da-da-da here. And it's just not there. Because I didn't do it here. It's on the master project. You got a breath sound in there, and not even a reverse kick. The drop just snaps right in. And yeah, the anticipation here is the breath, and that's what makes it come in. All right, first drop. By the way, I think the limiter has been off all this time. It's not that much, but hey, it's something. It's something. All right, so we hit drop 1, and as you can see, very simple thing. The core, the heart of drop 1 is just three patterns, each with one sound, basically. It's not, I wouldn't call it a micro drop. I would call it an anti-drop, because the drop rises quite a lot in intensity afterwards. And it ends up in this big, like, driving complextro section. So I wouldn't exactly call this a micro drop just because it's small. Like, micro drops, I reckon, are like more dubstep oriented. This is just like a regular melodic house type thing, like what you would hear out of like a David Guetta live show, something like that. No, In fact, the main inspiration for this was, I think it was there was this David Guetta live set during the pandemic in 2020. He streamed this like live online, and he was playing from the Louvre, Museum in France, and he had all these like saw wave house drops, and I thought that was pretty cool, and I just went like, okay, let's do that. Let's do that here. Sure. Yeah, it's more electro housey. So yeah, well, the saw wave is a saw wave. I don't think I have to explain to you guys how a saw wave works. it's just, yeah, look at it. It's just that, the false shape saw wave. I did do some things here though, but I bypassed it. So originally this had the same really fast pitch modulation that adds a bit of like a pinch to it, like that. But that was a little too punchy for my taste, so I just chose to bypass it in the end. And it still punches pretty hard even without it, so. And as you can see, I'm automating the ADSR envelope of the saw wave. So I'm automating the decay time back and forth, so the saw wave plug becomes shorter or longer. So it does the dun 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 dun, dun, right? There it is. And I also have the smallest filter to help with taming some of the high end. Ah! Well, it probably doesn't help that it's going through a processing chain that is then boosting, but this gave it a different texture. So when you do a very gentle filter, when you tame off the whole high end, and then you boost a slightly, so and then you boost the same top end but using a slightly different EQ curve, it gives you a slightly different sound, a slightly smoother, more velvety sound to the high end of the saw wave, which I thought was fitting for this. So yeah, as you can see, the saw wave's high end rolls off, but it's like there's a little valley here, so it like rolls off. Then there's like a little valley, and then it finally dies down when it reaches 20K. So yeah, it's not a linear thing. Like there's some like tonal shaping to it because of this in combination with this filter. And the saw wave, it just has a compressor to tame some of the mid-end, but that's it. It's just that, it's a saw wave. And then it's got, I added a saturator, a little bit of clipping. So this is like hard clipping with a distortion. Did some more tonal shaping, take away some of the mids. Yeah, they're like, yes, in essence, it's a saw wave. But since the drop is so minimalistic, the saw wave is very exposed in the drop, so it has to be absolutely perfect, right? So there's a lot of thought into like tonally shaping this saw wave into the drop. There's the EQ. I just had an LFO tool auto sidechaining the saw wave. There's an OTT, yes, that is compressing the saw wave further. Another compression in the form of a Pro C. It's doing very subtle compression, but it is there. We'll get there. Another distortion. And then a delay. And then I believe this is sent to a reverb. There's a reverb send here, not an insert. That way I can control the volume of the reverb and the dry signal separately through two separate faders on the mixer here. And I can also do these effects where the reverb fades in, but the dry signal stays intact. So normally when I do reverb swells with a reverb insert on the whole sidechain track, what tends to happen is the dry signal goes down and then the wet signal goes up. But here I can actually keep the dry signal intact while being able to automate the wet signal however I see fit. So there's this automation that is going to be raising the reverb volume. So the saw wave starts fully dry, and then it starts to create some space, and then it goes back down. So it helps with the main crescendo thing. So the saw wave gets both longer and spacier, right? You can see there's more reverb, and then it goes back down, and again. But the dry signal stays consistent, which is what I want. And it goes dry again. There's more reverb coming in. So yeah, really cool technique to make that saw wave feel spacier in the mix without intruding on the dry signal. And then we've got this. It's just a clone of the saw wave, but an octave below, and slightly offbeat to the saw wave. So you have this like call response thing. Bum ba bum ba bum ba bum ba bum ba bum, right? So there's this like echo effect. And now this switches to doing more of a bassline-y roll. Bum. And then this does a completely different thing here. Right? So now there's this thing where I incorporate a detuned saw plug to this. So this is the same saw plug, but now there's detune to it, and it's a separate patch. And it just comes in very slowly. So it starts playing, but there's a filter on it. I'll save. Yeah, as you can see, starts with the filter completely tamed. And then eventually it fades in. And it gets to a point where the detuned version and the dry version go their separate ways, and they start to harmonize each other. So one goes bam 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 bam, right? And then this one takes over the main top line, da da dee da da dee da da na, which is again, it's really just a version of Stephen's melody again, da dee da dee da dee, right? So it's just a recontextualization of Stephen's melody, and then a reharmonizing with the two saw wave patches in here. And then the lower layer to this. Yeah, it just helps do harmonization to that. And then there's this. Very basic 16th note ARP. Taka, 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 right? And this is another Serum preset. I took two saw waves with the fundamental removed, so they wouldn't have any sub bass for me to have to deal with. So removing the fundamental on the saw wave is basically a surefire way of having a perfect key-tracked high pass, right, of every single note. So it's almost like having a perfect high-pass filter that's right on the root note every single time on every note. It's just, yeah, that's what you get in practice. And I detuned one of them, so you get one layer. And then you get this other one. You get this slightly fuller sound. And then just the usual processing, taming, some all-pass face to make it sound more face dispersey. There it is. The distortion, the distortion, and then another EQ here. for the final shaping. Interesting. I made it bassier here. Must have had a reason. And then we got reverb supersaws, which is just exactly what it sounds like. I just took supersaws and based them in reverb. But before that, they actually go through a spectral gate, which is interesting. So I'm pretty sure what this did was clean up some of the higher end, more noisy frequencies of the saw. Yeah, there it is. So it's basically only leaving out the main tonal content of the saw. So I don't have to deal with the white noisy quality of the top end that's usually in super saws. And then just once you base that in reverb, the low quality nature of it basically fades away. There it is. Oh, nice. And then eventually the spectral gate goes away, and so does the reverb. They both get automated off. Alright, and we got some more effects here. This is also a stem from Steven, so just to help build some hype. See that? And then we got some strings of my own. I wrote these stems, these strings, and then I bounced them. And then to make them super stabby, I manually chopped them around and just faded them out each time. Pop, 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 pop. And then there's some more Foley, like just miscellaneous effects, let's call it. There's this zapper. Woo. Which is just forwards and then the same zapper but reversed, right? So it just does. Then we got some all sorts of bass, like sprinkled in. We got some choirs. These are Metropolis Arc 1 Contact Liberty. I bounced these as well. And we got a synth. This is an ARP that I recorded in Cycles, which is another Contact Library. The preset in particular, I believe it's called Assign. I think that's the name of the preset here. So Cycles, Assign. I'm pretty sure it's this one. Yeah? Come on, you can do this, Contact. Yeah. So you control this with the Mont wheel, and it opens up. This is crazy. ARP. Super cool. And I just bounced several seconds of that. And there it is. Filter them in. This is a higher octave. And then there's this other Bejeweled lead. Same patch as the build-up. You can probably hear this in the song. It's very prominent. Right? And then there's some staccato choirs. Oh no, I've already touched on this. And we've got some more things that didn't make it in, like here. Right? So if this had been in there, it would have sounded like this. Right? So it's just like these reverbed. They would help with building tension. But then what I did is I thought they were redundant because we already had this. Right? So this basically made this redundant. And then we've got these other strings, which is the same preset as this, but they're not bounced, they're just in pattern form. Yeah, just helping complement. I don't need to play the the top line melody on every single layer, because there is the top line layer is just doing its thing, right? Na, 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 na. So if I added top line, so if I had written the da da na 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 onto every single instrument, it would have probably been more trouble than worth, because then I would have to mix in the very similar frequencies onto like 7, 8 different instruments, and somehow make them not struggle with each other and not fight each other. So the top line is doing its thing, the strings are playing support, and the highest note on the strings is a different one. Dun dun dun. So it's kind of like the top line, the top melody line of the string is harmonizing the actual top line of the whole drop. Bum, bum, bum. Da, 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 da. And there you go. And then obviously the drums just do their thing. Kick. We got some trailer taiko drums from this pack called Keep Forest. Keep Forest hybrid cyberpunk trailer toolkit. X hybrid cyberpunk trailer toolkit. And there it is. I just manually chop them around, and I combined them with some clap foley from a snare. So I just took this complextro snare from Supernova, and I took only the pre-clap part of it, and I layered them into the taiko. So it's like pre-clap taiko. It's just pretty weird, but they are there. And hey, they sound pretty cool. And then from that, we have obviously the kick, and then there's a clap that becomes layered to the kick. So this clap is also from the upcoming Meganova. So not out yet, but it will be. Some more Aquarius 4th drums, same set of hats as before. The cymbal crash huge, but it's pretty quiet. Just set the background, like added a little bit of noise texture up there. Same thing for this down lifter. Yeah, just in total, you got this really cool. And then there's this other offbeat hat and snare roll. Yeah, this is just a snare sample that goes up in pitch. All right, and finally, we've got the basses, which, first of all, we've got the sub. It's just doing an offbeat to the kick. So, and then it does the occasional jump 1 octave up. Dun, 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 dun. Adds a lot of groove. It's just very simple choice, adds a lot of groove. Yeah, like, it's the kind of thing that you use sparingly, you know? And then there's the pizzicato bass, which is here. That is not a pizzicato bass. That, I'm not sure why I call that pattern pizzicato bass, but hey. It's the bass block from an A5 Acid Crush bass. So here it is. It's the this one. I just took that, put it as a bass layer. Ba-bum-bum. And then there are some pizzicato strings, but they're so short. So they are. They're almost not non-existent, but they add this like string texture. They add the string sound, and they have no release whatsoever. So yeah, there's just really short, really plucky, like artificially plucky, basically. But hey, it's an EDM drop, so we don't need the orchestra, we don't need the basses to sound true to life. They just need to fit in the mix. And them being so plucky and having such short release time, it makes them easier to mix. and you don't really notice in hindsight. Like, you wouldn't even know there's a pizzicato bass otherwise. And there it is. That's pretty much the first half of the first drop. I forgot about these. These are some Reese's. Pretty cool. This Reese is from my Hanging by a Thread remix, 2021. That's what I made the sound for. And then I put this, I believe, in my Hypernova pack. Oh, it's in Supernova. No, it's not. Oh boy. Can the sampler... Okay, it's in Ultranova. And then I just chopped it so it would basically like do the LFO motion in time with the song. So I chopped it in 1/6 beats, 1/6 notes. Right? And there you go. And then we've got this, which is just the growls from this second half of the first drop. But then I did a custom, I did like two custom bars where I would just do these notes, bum, 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 and I then bounce them and then put it here. So it's just like I'm teasing the growls. So the last couple bars of the first half of the first drop are going to be teasing in the entrance to the complextro bit. And then we finally come in with a whole. And let's go. We have some Prada snares things here. This is an AU5 sample called the snare kick. It's like a high pass snare layered with a kick. And it sounds really like heavy electro housey type thing. So I thought, yeah, this is it. You've got your usual your usual array of toms, hats, kicks, and snares, and the sub, obviously. Right? So there's no point at which the kick and the sub overlap. This makes it super easy to mix without having any like low end issues, right? Because each thing is just in its own shoebox. The kick has its timing, and then the kick stops playing, the sub comes in, and then the sub stops playing, the kick comes in, right? So there's no point at which the kick and the sub come into conflict. So yeah, we're like already in the production stage. We're already counting for the mixing decisions that we're gonna be making later. Okay, let's break down the complextro bit, shall we? All right, so we've got a bunch of layers. Most of these are contact. So we've got this, right? So just this cinematic thing. It's we've got Brahms in here. So it's just brass from contact. We've also got some lower Brahms. So we've got the higher ones and low ones. Pretty neat. And we've got the bass winds. So this is what was it called? A contrabass flute. What was it called? Just a bass clarinet, I think it was. And then the strings. We've got cello and bass. And I finished that up with a with an ambient pad from, once again, Meganova. So together it just sounds like this big wall. I will be using this again in drop 2. So yeah. And then we've got the main event, which are the growls. Wow, 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 wow. As you can see, the sub, a lot of the sub is already embedded in the growls. I noticed that helped me mix that helped with the mix, because high passing all of the growls with the phase shift penalty that carried, and then mixing another sub in, it wasn't really hitting the same. So it just sounded better to me to have the sub embedded into the growls. And then I added even more with the offbeat. Don 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 don. See that? All right, so we've got the Sharks growl here. Yes, this is a Sharks growl. I believe this is from a thank you pack that he put up on his website or on his Gumroad. Something volume 1, or I'm not too sure, but it's a Sharks pack. And it's got this sick growl. So the original sounds like this again. And just what a growl, man. And then I ran this through, first of all, we've got a multiband delay. So there's nothing in that multiband delay. It has no mix, so I'm not sure why this is in. Maybe it gets automated in later. But let's just keep going. And just an EQ, basic EQ, to take away some of the 2.5K and raise the top end. We've got a filter that is probably meant... I probably did that for this part, where it gets filtered in, right? And then we have this other EQ, basically takes away the bass. No, not here. Because I believe the bass is coming from somewhere else. So, there it is. Okay, and then we've got the destructor. Just a little bit of saturation. And the main event for this is just the M Prism NASCO plugin. Yeah, just like some very subtle colorizing. I turned up the isolate on this, so it would basically like spectral gate the signal after it's gone through the resonator filter, through the like pitch map-esque thing that is M Prism, and it gave it this notch in the middle. See that? There's a notch in the middle there, which made it sound pretty cool. And then there's this. So this is a more low mid oriented layer. This is going through filter and then the EQ. This is basically just a bandpass in the lower region. Just adds this. See that? So like without it, it doesn't sound as full, as rich. Yeah. Then we've got a slight Pro R on like the shortest reverb time possible. This just helps give it a little bit more stereo and space. So it helps whiten it, but also kind of like blur it a little bit without it really being reverb. It's like a plate reverb so short that more than making the sound feel like it's in a cathedral or something, it just like blurs the sound a little bit, right? Welcome back, give you up. How's the EP launch gone? And there it is. All right, next growl. Astro Growl. This one is a pretty old one, I think. This is from... yeah, it's old. This is from a 2014 Disciple sample pack called Disciple 2014 Christmas Pack. And it's got samples from Barely Alive, Diamond Eyes, Dutch and Fusky, Nick Thayer, Virtual Riot, and Astronaut. Remember Astronaut? Well, that's an astronaut growl. And I did a bunch of processing to that, so the original sounds like that. And, well, all the effects are an EQ. I boosted the high shelf to heck and beyond. An OTT, then another EQ for some more finer touches. A crowd chamber that helps with some of the, like, detune. Just adds a little bit, once again, of that, like, short reverb blur. That's another filter for later. The reverb also for later. There's a delay probably also for later. And there's the imager, which just helped with the overall stereo image. And as you can see, this is a pretty wide sound. But again, you have to think that this is gonna be playing in combination with other layers. So the final result will not be as wide as this layer. And then this is another growl bass. This time from the AU5 Freefall sample pack. I believe this is back when AU5 released music on Gravitas recordings. So Gravitas had these sample packs for download, and one of them was the Freefall sample pack. And on his song Shock Diamond, there's this growl bass. I used that. I transposed it to C, and I just had a filter there, but it is pretty much drag and drop, save for the volume and fade in. Crowd chamber is goated, man. You should get it. And then finally, we have this, which I ended up not using, which is just the reverb tail of this, of this whole thing. So I recorded the reverb tail, but then I realized that this made it sound too wet, and I wanted the drop to be just in your face and dry. So that kind of went against the nature of the drop. So I decided to not do it. Lots of stuff going on here, so let's break it down slowly. So we've got this same growl composite thing, but now it plays for half a beat. And then we've got some vocal chops. These are from where? These are from a construction kit in Ultranova. That's the original one. I just took this single hit. Of course, I had to transpose it to the right key. And then we have this vocal chop from Color Ringtone. So I also use that. The original is 1 octave higher. And then I pitched it down 1 octave. And I used that one note. So it does. So basically, this does dun dun, right? And then another filler here, so it does wow wow, whampo whampo. So it does growl chop 1 2 1 2, right? There it is. So there is a reverse side block. The original is this. This is also from the new Meganova. Not out yet, but it will be this year. And I took that, I reversed it, and then transposed it to high C. And then there's this, which is, I believe, a sci-fi shotgun sound thing from Boom Library. Boom Library is just goated. Like, just listen to this. Once it autosaves. What is that? What in the sound design? So I took one of these like charging sounds, just really short, reversed it, and I layered it with the side block. So it has both the tonal C and the like more sound effect nature of the sci-fi reload, like charge up sound. So it does growl chop, mom bam wabam. Right, so there it is. And then there's the same reese from the first half, just with a little bit of a rethink here. So now it's doing C, and there's also probably a pitch automation here that's making it pitch down. There it is. So there's both a manual LFO on a volume automation. So it does the wah ba 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 bum, right? And then the channel pitch, which basically makes it do a vibrato and then makes it go down in pitch. Wah, 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 wah. That would be like the slow motion version of it. And then you just don't notice, and it's that. And then there's a filter that just makes it appear. And there's that. And then there's this painter rope, which I believe is also from Meganova. Yes. Another really cool thing. And then there's a siren to top it all off. A very detuned siren. So it has that hyper chorus in there. And pretty sure there's a pitch automation there. So it does this fast pitch up one, and then it ends. So it's like when it first comes in, it's this really fast pitch automation, and then the final semitone does a little slower, and then it finally reaches C. So it ends in that C, right? Yeah, it's just important to me. It has always been very important that the sirens end in a note from the scale of the song that I'm in, either the fundamental, the third, the fifth. It doesn't really matter. The uplifter has to end in key. That's just been a thing that I've taken to heart. But there's more. But wait, there's more. So we've got this whoosh from the same hybrid modern trailer tool sample packs from Keep Forest Iser X thing. There's that. I just took a small portion of it. And then there's this, which I believe this is Bass Jam. Is this from Bass Olympics? I would like to say this is from Bass Olympics. Ooh, that's a nice one. Look at that. It's like I think this is from Bass Olympics, but okay, this is starting to come back now. But I had somehow lost the original Edison recording file. Either that or I wasn't recording. So I designed all of this, but I hadn't recorded any of it. So the only surviving footage was on the VOD for the Bass Olympics video, or whatever VOD this came from. So I had to quite literally I had to extract the audio track from the VOD really fast. And that's why you can hear me in there as well. Because this is just the audio from the stream. Look at that. It's like hey, you find better to believe levels of oh my fucking god. I'm 90% sure this is Bass Olympics, the Bass Olympics video with the aluminum, and I just took that from there. And then we've got this pitch pinch, which is just the typical Xylent-esque square wave with a pitch automation at the beginning, so it has this pinch. Well, that's why I call it the pitch pinch. You know? It's like pew laser kind of thing. And same thing, growls. And then there's this thing. Just, yeah, really? This is intense, huh? And then we've got this. This is an arpeggio. Okay, this is in Meganova, but this originally comes from New Year Protocol 5. Yeah, the original sounds like this. And this ARP is at the end of the third drop in New Year Protocol 5. So we're talking 2020, right? I just took that, pasted it down to C. And that last part, I just reversed it, I think. No, it's just, okay, so it plays forwards. And I'm pretty sure I stretched it to be at least somewhat in time. So it does. Or at least close to that, right? Is the bit of overlap with that sweep intentional? The bit of overlap with that sweep? Which one? This one? So there's this, and then this. Yeah, that was intentional. I'm not sure what you're talking about. The Bass Olympics sweep. Bit of overlap with that sweep. The bit of overlap. Really fast. Ooh, that's a nice one. Look at that. It's like, hey, you find better to believe levels of. Oh my fucking god! That's I don't know. I think this was overlaps with the Xylem synth. Oh, here. I would like to think so, yeah. I would like to think so, because if not, I would have done this. Like I was probably fully aware of this. So let's test it. Oh yeah, I definitely wanted that in there, because that last bit where it has a little bit of resonance in the highs. See that? That probably helped with the pitch pinch. And it helped, like, you know. So yeah, I was probably aware of this. Probably. Then again, we're talking about modus from 3 to 4 months ago. This was started. I started Till Abyss in September 22nd. And the second half of the first drop, I'm not sure exactly when I started doing that, when in that period. Sometime October, November, maybe. So yeah, like 4 or 5 months old. 4 or 5 months ago, modus. Okay, so we've got this, you know. And then we've got this. Same thing. It's just these growls, but bounced. And then they each play their the right notes. So E flat and then F. Wow, wow, wow. So it fits with a chord. And then we've got the supersaws, which are these are just Serum 2. There's actually there's a new update on Serum 2. No way, bro. I'll update that later. So this is 2 saw waves. One of them is an octave above. And then they are compressed. The reverb is bypassed, so there's nothing there. And they are slightly flanged. That's what makes them sound slightly wetter. See that? Versus the like standard saw sound. There you go. And then when you combine this with the ARP, that's when you get da 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 da, right? So it's like the super saws first have the main like lead voice, and then the ARP takes over with the higher notes. So it's kind of like the super saw. The ARP takes the baton from the super saw for that last bit. Da 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 da. So it's da 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 da. Right. So there's like a handoff there of where the main voicing sits. So one sweeps from underneath the other. Just did a chromatic movement on all these growls, so I had to make unique each of them because they're on resample mode, and I still have to make unique if I want to repitch, resample samples. Oh, FL, please fix that. So yeah, I had to make unique every single instance of these, so I could do the bum 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 bum. So a chromatic movement down. I also kept the Toryn tail muted. There's also a bunch of sounds that I just did not use there. Probably could, yeah, what I did is I just copy pasted this, right? There. So you can see it there. And then from there, I decided which to keep, which to mute, right? And then I just did this. So I chopped around this sample from Chime. I've used the sample in the past before. It's really cool. It's called A Series of Metallic Events. Right? That's the original. And it's just all sorts of really cool filler sounds. And so I took these and I ran them through a glitch 2, I think. Yeah, there's the glitch 2, and this is what's making it work. So when you bounce that, the result is this. Right? I love the sample. Yeah, it's so versatile. It's so versatile. And there's a pat fading in there and some more fills of mine. Yeah, this is mine. Okay, so what I did here is I recorded this, and then I recorded a tape stop. So it did that. And there's also probably either a frequency shifter or a multiband delay to add that like really resonant really resonant texture. So it's like this watery elephode, very resonant texture. That's usually either multiband delay or frequency shifter. And I just took that and it's not a mod X. There's probably some sort of filtering here somewhere. Or it's just the end of the sample. Okay. And then there's the change here. All right, let's break this down. So there's this. Pretty sure this is either an AU5 or a UVO sample. I can't quite. Okay, it says it here. Astra. So from your Astra sample pack, Razor Comb Base 15. So let's look it up. Razor Comb Base 15. Here. That's the original. Right? I added an LFO to it and I made it rise in pitch and then I bounced it. So I could do the repitching, so I could do the retiming and all the fade ins and fade outs. So it's like extra stabby. And then I also layered the Scholar Growl of my own here. Yeah! Really cool. And I tried to sync up the pitches as much as I could. So they were like rising in tandem with each other at the same rate as each other. And then more siren, because if you're going to be rising pitch in growls, might as well also do it on the siren to add more hype. See that in the distance there? As that high-pitched hype layer. And then we've got this, which is a bunch of... These are mostly Steven stems. So there's the violin, which, by the way, he performed. So if there's anything violin in the stems, Steven probably performed it himself because he's a violinist as well. And he's really good at it. So this is all his performance. So the original arpeggio, as you can see, it just has that natural, like, microphone recording. You can tell this is not a library. The small timing consistencies, definitely recorded. And then I transposed this stem down so I could do another run. There it is. So I could fill up that last beat. And then there's more piano samples. There's this. It's just the reverse piano, classic. And the ambient cello and the bells. Yes, he also had a bell stem. I mostly used the bells from Steven on the second drop. There's a lot of really cool bells here. This bell is probably not just a bell. There's also some other kind of layer here. It's black magic. I really like this bell. I have to ask him what library or like what amalgam of layers this is, because this bell is magical, dude. Love this bell. Just listen to it. It's really like AU5E. It's so like it has a bell, but also kind of like a triangle with a glockenspiel on at the top there. And I've tried to replicate it, but to no avail. Yeah, it sounds great. And for accent notes in drop 2, where drop 2 does dun dun dun. We'll get to it later, but yeah, really cool bell. And then the sub does this really cool thing where it filters, like there's a high pass on the here. It has an extremely high resonance, and it does this, and the bass just comes in. You can feel the sub filtering in. It's really cool. Like, you can hear it. It's really nice. And how it sets up the bass with it for the next bit. Okay, so now next up, we've basically got the same pattern with a couple of additions. So it's now it's this, but now it's filtered. So this is probably where the filter comes in now. Exactly. So now it does meow, 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 right? You can also tell the growl is getting reverbed. Meow. And then there's this ARP. That's also a Bejeweled twist sample. And it's just doing a rising minor pentatonic C chord. Like C arpeggio doing the minor pentatonic. Dun dun. Oh, or not really. It's doing a dun ding dun ding dun. So it's basically doing C sus4 with a 7th in there. So C F G B flat. It says A sharp, but in the context of C minor, it's B flat. Please get your flats right, people. Yeah, it's like the C sus4 chord, but with a 7th sprinkled in there, and then we've got some more. It's the same forward reverse zapper from earlier on in the song, and then we've got this. I actually ripped this Reese from a Kill the Noise song. It's called The Black Magic, and I had this sample like 10-15 years ago or something like that. There's this old Kill the Noise song called Black Magic from a homonymous EP. So it's the EP is called the same, and it's this sample from the pre-drop and the first few bars of the first drop. Right? So it has the classic breath that I used in NYP8, so Neuroprotocol 8, and now it is here again. And I also use the Reese now. So yeah. Sorry, Kill the Noise. We've also got more sirens. And then we've got the strings. Right? Some offbeat sounds in there. And the reverb tail finally comes in here. So this reverb tail that I have been not using here finally gets its place here. There it is. And some more stuff in there. And yeah, this is just a filtered version, right? Since these last 8 bars are going to make the first drop like come down in intensity. So it's like we start here, we build up, we arrive at the complextro bit, which is the like most intense, right? And then there's a cool down during the drop, as you can see here in the marker. I wrote it that way specifically. So within the drop, the intensity comes down so we can set up better for the breakdown. It's a mystery, it's unknown. Because if we came into the breakdown at full intensity, it probably wouldn't have fit as well, or I would have had to do some sort of intermediate section between the end of the drop and the breakdown. But by having the cooldown embedded into the drop, we can get straight into the breakdown and just have it flow automatically. It's just the same thing as before, but filtered, slightly more reverb, so like waning down. And just... That's really cool. I want to get to that. And now the ARP is just doing octaves, so C, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different octaves. And then there's a choir that comes in to complement the bam, 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 bam. But the choir stays on the same note. Bam, 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 bam. So it does this really nice contrast where the bass has a chromatic movement. Bum, 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 bum. But the choir stays linear, right? Right? Pretty cool. And there's a screeching in here. I also, this is pretty simple to make. You just have 2 sine waves in Vital, and then you add a distortion module on the effects tab. And you just get the screech. So you have one really low sine wave, and then the other really high sine wave, which is the one you want to like make the screech with. So if you want the screech to do a 5th in C, the bass sine wave would be a low C, and then the high sine wave would be a high G. Bum, 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 right? So when you distorted it, you get this. Or in this case, I did an octave. So it's C at the bottom and then also C on the high end. So it's boom, ba, right? Yeah. More patch from Meganova. Oh, I can't wait for you guys to have this pack. It's really cool. It's got tons of cool shit in here. And then there's an A5 zap. Perfect zap. Jesus Christ. All right, let's take a look at the thing here. As you can see, the pattern says addictive keys, and well, the ARP part of it is definitely an addictive keys piano. It's just that it's been heavily reprocessed with, first of all, we've got a total reverb, so some pretty short reverb, and then another crowd chamber, just super clutch plug-in here. We bandpass it, and then there's an LFO tool that we're doing a little bit of volume vibratoing here, and then there's a crystallizer on the like subtlest possible setting, so you just hear like barely fragments of. There it is. Without it, you hear this. Come on, there you go. And the piano patch itself is a modified piano patch. So there's this bit in Studio Grand, the selections tab. And you can actually get like more bespoke, just more specific like timbres, like different timbres of the piano. So it says here ping pong mallet. It's a very weird sounding piano. It sounds like this. So you can tell it still sounds like a piano, but it's almost like they put something inside the piano on top of, like resting on top of the like each string to change the timbre of the strings. Right? And I just did that. I wanted it to do bam, 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 bam. And then from there, I just wrote an ARP that fit that. And yeah, it sounds really random and like crazy here. But it's going to go through the total reverb, the crowd chamber, and everything, so it doesn't really matter. So here is with the total reverb. you can already tell that it's really blurring out the sound. And then there's the crowd chamber, which helps with the like detuneness of it. And that's most of the sound. And then we just man pass it. An LFO tool here. Very subtle effect, and then the crystallizer to help bring it all together. With the higher pitch textures in there. And then there are chords to this. There's a flex preset here that does chords. As you can tell, this is also spectral gated. And this is going to track 143. So let's inspect that. There's a Toryn and a spectral gate. The Toryn, interestingly, is before the Toryn. So I first blur the sound. Okay, so the original sound from Flex is here. But there's a filter on that, so without it. Just really like, what's it called? Like Alphaville, really 80s Italo disco type thing. Really reminds me of what was that song? Big in Japan. No, it wasn't Big in Japan. I have no idea, but I think it's an Alphaville song. But yeah, it just sounds really 80s. So I filtered it, then I blurred it with the Toryn full wet. It gave me the right timbre for that, and then I spectral gated the result. Really cool. And then with that, if you combine the two now, you get the final sound. Nice. And then there's a few reverse like string samples and thing. Right? So that helps bridge into the bum bum bum. So you bounce this and then you reverse it. So you get this. Right? So you get a little bit of anticipation before the breakdown starts. And then we've got this. Some yo-yo bell trees, a chime reverse kick sample. Whoop. Yeah, I think this is from. Okay, no, this is just its own thing. It's not from anywhere. It's just its own thing. Well, there it is. Then we've got AU5 reverse chimes. So between it all, we've got the reverse strings and, you know. All right. Let's get to the breakdown. Breakdown sounds like this. With a placeholder melody. See an ocean for me to roam. It's my home. As you can see, I already tried to write in some of the harmonies that I would like to have. But let's talk about the instrumental. So obviously we've got strings, then basic strings. So chord is the call, bass line is the response. Call, response. Call, response. Call, response. So there's this back and forth between the chords and the bass line. And there's that. And then there's another bit to this, which is the actual live violin that Steven recorded. So I could have just written I could have recreated this myself, but like, why do that when like Steven has performed an actual violin for us, you know? So like, why are we letting it go to waste? Let's use it. So there it is. And then there's these piano harmonies. These are in the final song. They're not part of the vocal placeholder. So these are harmonies that complement the vocal. So we have both the vocal, search my soul, and then on top of the vocals, we have the piano harmonizing the vocals. And then the piano just kind of like does its own thing. Okay. And then we have this, which is East-West. East-West Goliath orchestral hits. Yeah? Let's have a look at this. Bum, bum, bum. Come on. There you go. Orchestra hit. Yeah, just you go to Goliath here, and it's orchestra probably. Orchestra hit, yeah. There it is. So it's basically full orchestra. There's percussion, there's brass, probably string bass in there, and some bass winds. So I did double octaves, and I offset one of the octaves so they wouldn't hit at the exact same time. So the transient, the attack of them, of the two of them got a little smeared, right? So the two transients from both hits wouldn't line up at the same time. So you get a slightly smeared hit. And then the bass drum from Steven, I actually didn't use this, so it's just muted there. And we've got the same rolling bass line from the build-up. So if you remember the first build-up, got this. That was itself a foresight for the breakdown. It's a mystery, it's unknown, bum bum bum. Right, so we have, again, call and response between two sets of subs. It's a mystery, it's unknown, an enigma, yes or no. I see an ocean, right? Bum bum bum, wom wom wom, bum bum bum, wob 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 wom, bum bum bum, wob wob wob, right? And then we have this offbeat thing, which just complements the rolling bass line here. And all together, yeah, that's really about it. Again, we've got in the drums, kicks layered with claps, layered with trailer hits. These are different trailer hits, I think. These are from what exactly? Modern Trailer Tools, okay. So as you can see, they're not like really tight. They don't have a lot of attack. They're just like slightly smoother, like rolls, basically. But I basically turn them into hits. So yeah. And then with the claps and the kicks for that low end impact. And the addictive drums preset, just adding the closed hats and rides. Let me show you the addictive drums. There it is. Black Oyster Black Room preset, pretty sure. Yeah. And there you can see it lighting up when it plays. Alright. And all together, we have it. It's a mystery, it's unknown. And then obviously I wrote the melody there. Search my soul. All right. So we've got, once again, more orchestral instruments coming into the fray. We've got the triangle here, every 2 bars and then every bar. And some more crashes. We got the hats coming in as well. More bass rolling in. And then we've got this, which is an offbeat pluck. And then it does this. Not sure why these are all the way out here. They should be on the same channel. You know, really groovy. And they also help with the sub bass. Yeah. And then obviously we've got Steven's violin. And we've got this. This is a Big Crushed sample here. The original is this. I may have extracted this from the same sea ocean thing that had the really high boost on that C, on the EQ. I then took that and Big Crushed it. So there's Kill Heart's Big Crush in there. Come on. There it is. There's some more Meganova pads. It's coming in. And there's this lead also from Flex. So here's the pattern and here's how it sounds bounced. So I took, this is the original one, and then I layered it with itself, but an octave up. And the original Flex patch is the default Flex preset, I think. So like when you first open Flex, you get this called Dystopian Lead. So I did a bit of a glide there, and I just bounced it. And I ran it through the same distortion processing chain I used to get the disto drone here from the first build-up. So it's the same processing chain. Hi, Planet Earth! We are breaking down Tale of Abyss. We're at the breakdown right now. I'm going to have to take a short bathroom break before we enter the bridge. Right, so we'll do the breakdown, short bathroom break, and then we keep going with the rest of the song. Let's go. And then we have the breakdown sauce coming in. And there you go. There's the manual automation clip. Yeah, that's just, I did this myself. Point by point, tension curve by tension curve. Super optimal, huh? But hey, I wanted really specific shapes, so this is the kind of thing you just you just have to raw dog it. Like, just try to do that with like adjusting the range and then filtering and then automating the amount of filter within that range. It's just, you keep doing these custom shapes for the yeah, no, it's just I want all these custom shapes for the I just want these really specific filter movements that I can't quite get by just automating the filter range and then the filter amount within the filter range. I just manual automation on a 30 filter, and let me just show you how it's affecting the 30 filter here. So there it is. The wham bam bam bam. This you just can't do with automated filters. You have to do it yourself. The wham bam bam bam. So there you go. And then that wham bam, right? This rising and then stab, rising stab, rising stab. Wham bam. You just have to do that yourself, like manually. And there you go. We have this dun 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 dun, which is another part from Steven's violin performance. And just silence into the sub drop. Right? So yeah, just a regular sub drop. There it is. And then there's a reverse kick. So the sub drop fades out and gives way for the reverse kick that helps introduce the boom impact here. So there's a little bit of low end rumble before the impact to ease it in. As opposed to just boom, right? There it is. So it's just a combination of a stem from Steven, a cymatics impact, an AU5 impact, and a reverse kick of mine, and then the sub drop. All right, let's get to the bridge. But before that, I'm going to go take a short bathroom break, and we'll be back with the second half of the song. There it is, split right down the middle, 50%, huh? All right. I'll be back in about a couple minutes, okay? Sit tight. Sit tight. I'll be back shortly, and we'll get to the second half of the song. All right. Be right back. Will it hit the corner? You sneaky. Welcome back to Modus Live. This is your buddy, the humans, your buddies, depending on how you look at it. Yeah. Welcome back to the Tale of Biz Project Breakdown. All right, we shall now get to the bridge. Welcome back. It's me, Paul, aka Modus. Awesome background music, dude. It's the best. It's the Bejeweled Twist title theme. It's not copyrighted, at least not on YouTube. That is just so cool. It's the best beats to gem match to. The best beats to match 3 gems. To match groups of 3 gems to. All right, where were we? Let's get to the bridge. So here's when we really so all the way up until this point, we have been coming close to Steven's original melody, but we've kind of been teetering around it. Just moving around it, not quite getting to the full thing. This is when we finally just straight out play Steven's melody, right? So we've been teasing it. We've been making variations of it. This is where we tackle it square on, right on. So as you can see, the vocal placeholder just does Steven's melody. And then Steven does dun, ding, dun. I thought of having the vocal do the same thing, but then the hit at the end of the second build-up of here wouldn't have hit as hard. The dun, ding, dun. So I think I liked it. So I liked it being this being the only time that it appeared. Or this being the first time that it appeared, because it had that shock factor. If I had played this again here, so if I had done it here first with the vocal, if I had hit that high D first with the vocal, this high D wouldn't have hit as hard, right? So I made the conscious decision to not do the dun din dun and just do bun din dun. So it's like a lower intensity version of the full thing. But the cello does do it. So it's kind of like the cello is teasing it, but the cello is not the main instrument, the vocal is, right? So you don't really think much of it. This is when it really hits you. Right? But yeah, the vocal stays put, does the cold night, right? And once again, we have a piano harmonizing the vocal. Alright, so we've had, once again, the piano harmonies, pretty clear. That's Addictive Key Studio Grand. And then we have this. This is another preset from Addictive Keys Selections. And this one's called Grand Noir. And it's just this really, really intimate sounding, really mid-high heavy, you know, type of sound. As you can see, it has mostly just mid-highs. There's a lot of this, not a lot of everything else. So it's like a very bandpassed piano from the get-go. And then it has another one in the background called Prepared Horror, which has these really heavy bass notes. That's why I'm using it. So I first do the chords here. As you can see, the sub is very low. Velocity, very low. So they play very quiet. This is the Prepared Horror one. But then when the bass comes up, when the bass notes, they have really powerful bass, but currently they're being high passed. So without that high pass, you get this really strange, not strange, really strong bass notes on the piano. Right? It almost sounds like something else. It doesn't really sound like a piano bass, like a bass note on the piano, because piano is not that bassy, but this is. It's got that sub. You can see it's got that clear sub to it, right? I'm using it for that later, but for now it's not there. And then I'm doing this other thing with Grand Noir. I gotta enable here. So I'm doing chords here. This I pretty much just played and then quantized. So I probably recorded this by hand, like I actually played this, and then just quantized it to the beat. Because this is pretty simple to play. Bum, bum, bum. Yeah, pretty cool. And then we have this like walking bass line that keeps jumping back and forth between the octaves. And then we have a waterphone. Really cool instrument. It's insane for like more ambienty parts. Waterphones are sick, dude. I have this whole recording, this whole wait file, which is just me recording 4 minutes of 4 to 5 minutes. Oh, it's 143, so like almost 2 minutes of just waterphone sounds. This is recorded from East West Collide. So I have the waterphone library, but I wanted to have a wait file so I could just like cycle back and forth pretty quickly to see which instances of the waterphone I liked for what section, right? Because otherwise I would have had to be playing each note on the piano manually to find the one and then like time it correctly. It's just more convenient to have them bounced out onto a wait file because it's not going to change. The waterphone recording is what it is. So I just recorded it onto one big wave file so that I could just have them all at hand whenever I want a waterphone. I just pick one from the wave file and I'm set. And I also ran the waterphone through Chroma to make it more tonal, to align it with C minor. So without it, that's a little bit more tonal, more atonal, sorry. And then right? And we've got reverb in the form of Luxverb, delay 3, and then some EQ. And the same supersauce from the breakdown. So now they're here again. But they're reverbed. Coded in reverb. And they get high pass and then back out. And then we've got Steven stems here. Quite a bunch of them. You've got, first of all, I also used the same Snowblind bell tree from the intro. It shows up twice. And then we've got Steven stems, which are the long strings. These come in very slowly. There it is. And then we've got the cello, the ambient cello. From the intro, we've got a choir from Steven as well. And then an actual cello. As you can see, some parts of the cello I actually like micro-tuned to this one's at plus 15 cents, this one's at plus 22 cents, because by having it be ever so slightly sharper, it helps the instrument stand out a little bit more. Because now it's on a slightly different, since it's on a slightly different tuning, it's on a slightly different frequency domain to everything else, which is like all tuned to 440, right? Which helps it stand out. So that C is slightly sharp. It's 15 cents sharp. The same thing goes for that E flat. And then it comes back normal. Because I really wanted that to stand out. And then the brass swells. It's also from Steven. And there it is. I cut it off right at the last chord there. And we get to the interesting part. Wow, this melody is just so cool. The big, yes. It's the big. All right, so what's going on in the big? Lots of things. A lot of this are Steven stems. So yeah, this is where I finally like have his main idea come in, right? So yeah, this is mostly Steven stems, but it has some like modus coding underneath. First of all, would be the drums. That's the main thing that makes it sound nice and large. So without the drums, it sounds like this. Pretty good, but the drums help so much. Most importantly, the clap. It's just... tons of reverb. Love it. So yeah, it's got a low pass kick. So it almost sounds like a heartbeat, right? We've got the clap Foley snare type thing. This I sampled from another song of mine. Not out yet. This is from one of the code names. Those of you on Discord will know. And then we've got some hats in there, but that's for the build-up. So the hats coming in. And then we've got crashes. And we have damage 2 drums in here. These I did not bounce. So just as is. And I layered that with timpani hits. So the timpani hits are from East West Play, probably. Yeah. Timpani hits. Goliath, also just goated Liberty in general. The timpani hits sound like this. So yeah, just adding a little bit of tuning to the drums. Because otherwise, the damage just sounds completely atonal on its own. It's just percussion, you know? So I wanted to add a little bit of tonality back into the whole drums bus. So why I layered the timpani there. Bum, bum, bum. And yeah, we got sticks. So these sticks are basically acting as a metronome. See that? And then we got the big hits in between. So these are snares, like military, like marching band type snares. Then we got the big hits at the bottom here. So the like big taiko hits. And then you combine that with the timpanis and you get this. And the damage is going through an EQ to de-bloat the 60 hertz, but boost the 30. So we get slightly deeper sub and less bloat up there. And then we OTT that. We also boost the top end there, and we clip with some Destructor, which is basically a hard clipper on the drums. And the timpanis are going through an EQ of their own. Hi, Geotree! We're breaking down till a bit. We're at the second build-up now. We're at the big. And finally, the bus has this. It's just a little further sub boost. With once again a D-blow on the 200s. Just helps, you know, unclog this. Because this is where a lot of the bass lines and add-on layers to the bass line will be playing. So we don't need this to be super loaded. So we do need sub, we do need low mids, but we need the sub to be slightly stronger than the low mids, but we need both of them to like stay put. So we can make way for the sub for the bop 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 bop, you know? For this. Oh, I have to do this. There we go. All this. Bum 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 bum. Oh. So yeah. All right, let's touch on the instruments from bottom to top now. So first of all, we have the sub. So we have this, which is a pluck layer, a bass pluck layer. This is the side pluck, once again. So it's the same sample that has been in previous parts of the song. And then we've got the D-pad. But this time I took... So as you can see, I turned off oscillator A because this is what I had before. This is what I had before. Just the detuned pad. But then I realized I just prefer there being a standard saw wave. So instead of getting rid of oscillator A, I just loaded up an oscillator B that was just a standard saw wave and just turned off A, forgot about it. So yeah, it's just a standard saw wave acting as the bass here. Sub sounded more consistent with it. Right, and there you go. All right, we have what else we got now? We've got violin melody here. This is also from Steven. Ah, what a sick portamento, dude. It's the man. It's the little things. I keep telling y'all it's always the little things. It's always the little things. And then, as you can see, I have these muted, but that's not because I'm not using them. It's because I did a composite of them. I bounced it. And I have this. It's because I first recorded these, and then I bounced a version of this with the reverb embedded. So I combined the reverb and the dry into the same sample, so I could adjust the volume of that. Then I could process this separately. The violin is actually going through a processing of its own, so without it, the violin sounds like this. That's the raw violin. It's pretty hard to do on a violin. No, I tell you, this man is not from this world. He's a absolute pro at violin. All right, the processing chain for this is, first of all, there's an imager, because this sounded pretty wide to me. So I had to narrow it down, right? So I narrowed it down to the point where it was mostly stable in the 1 to 0 phase correlation range. So it didn't go too wide, too far out to the sides. We have a compressor. What this is going to be doing is, see how there's like louder bits to it. So as he's going up, he's going louder, right? Actually, it's the opposite way around. So as he goes lower, the violin gets louder. So it gets teenier, then it gets as you go down, the violin gains like more resonance, more body, so it sounds louder. Right? So each of these was a bit of a problem for this part, so I just had to cut down on that a little bit. So as you can see, this Pro C, its only task is basically to make the violin phrase a little bit more uniform volume-wise. So it became easier to mix in all this super busy wall of sound. It's very difficult to play, yeah. Teenier? Is that a word? So as you can see, the compressor is acting mostly on the really loud parts where the violin goes down. And then, well, I'm fading that out and filtering it out. And then we have an EQ. So it's going to de-bloat much of the 300s and boost the top end a little bit. So make it slightly more balanced as opposed to very, very mid and heavy. Tinier is, okay. See, a little bit brighter, not as bloated. Then we have a total verb, which is probably going to get automated in later or maybe previously in some other part of the song. It had an, this total verb is being automated in and out throughout the song. Then we have another EQ. This time we added a high pass to around 190 to clean up some of the rumble here. See how there's a little bit of rumble all the way down here. So just had to clean that up out of an abundance of caution and then just make it even brighter and then de-bloat the 1K. Now, in isolation, the violin sounds very bright. Like, I would have probably, like, if the violin wasn't... If the violin was playing on its own, I probably wouldn't have made it this bright. But in the context of this really busy mix where you have tons of other things, right? If the violin has to stick out. So just, I had to turn it up a notch more, a notch further. So it could give me the bright textures I needed. And then there's an east-west spaces for the general reverb on the violin. There you go. That's the main reverb because the original recording is dry. It was because it was probably recorded in his studio. So there it is. There you go. The full like concert hall reverb type thing. The preset I used was the Southern California Hall, South California Hall strings. So yeah, pretty cool. All right, next up we've got I transcribed this. And I basically did the same thing, but with flutes, with woodwinds. So I transcribed Steven's whole performance by ear. That took a while. But now this meant I could do the same thing with whatever instrument I wanted. And since strings and flute tend to work really, really well, really well together in orchestral settings, there's a lot of, like, if you listen to orchestral compositions, there'll be quite a lot of times where if the violin has the main melody, chances are it's going to be accompanied by a flute, by either a flute or a piccolo flute. So this is both of them. This is a composite layer of solo flute and a piccolo, which is the smaller flute. They're both on the staccato presets. So one is on staccato, the other one's staccatissimo. And I changed the mic settings a little bit, so the piccolo flute sounds really close. It's a close-up, and the solo woodwinds not so much. So the flutes are the main flutes are a little bit more distant than the piccolo flute, and then the usual processing, lots of top end boost, because out of the box, well, there's two high shelves, because out of the box, these kinds of libraries just aren't very processed. They just sound completely raw like this. They just have to fit them to your use case. In my use case here was EDM. Has to be way brighter. We have the pianos, bass on the left hand, arpeggio chords on the right hand. And here I added my own piano hit. So originally, this wasn't here. It was just C and then E flat. And then I added this passing note, this B flat. so I could do the 5/1 cadence, bum bum, you know. All right, next up we've got the organs. This is also a stem from Steven. It's an organ. Oh, what else do you want? I'm pretty sure the organ and the piano are playing the same MIDI. It's just that because the organ can sustain notes, whereas the piano just like it's like it fades out, right? The organ can sustain the notes. I'm pretty sure it's the same MIDI, at least for the right hand and the arpeggio chords. And then this, I'm not sure. Maybe it is. Yeah, it probably is the same MIDI on both hands. And then there's the long strings. This is also from him. Lower strings. So it's a lower register. I guess filtered for the build-up. We got the horns. These are lead brass, French horn, big fat. That was a voice crack. The brass, by the way, without the processing sounds like this. That's how the stem arrived to me, right? And then I did a bunch of make it fatter. There's two EQs, there's an OTT, there's a destructor, so distortion module. So yeah, I just fucking saturate the fuck out of that brass. This is basically like film composers tend to use decapitator for brass. I thought of using decapitator, but I just prefer this because I get to choose so many different like distortion modules, and it's like FL native, so it's like more performant, and I get to right click and insert automations off of it. So yeah, it's just more convenient for me. So we have tonal shaping EQ after another. We have another high pass here. And we have that. Another one that we have a little bit more reverb and one final EQ. It's just, yeah, tons of tiny adjustments every step of the way. So yeah, there's like 5 EQs in total. Each do their own little thing. There's a little D-blow there, a little high shelf boost there. There's this high pass. There's a little D-blow on the 2Ks now, and then there's a little boost on the 1Ks to compensate for the D-blow on the 300s, which has a bit more roll-off. Yeah, it's just tons of tiny adjustments, and then all together, you got this really well-rounded brass sound. Now, we have Steven's choir, but this is a lower register choir. Yeah, all of the stems that have MCS1 in them, those are Steven's. I don't exactly know what MCS1 stands for, but probably the name of some library or the name of his Logic session, because he works with Logic. Wow, that took that took a long time. Steven works with Logic Pro, so yeah. Maybe he just named his session MCS1. That took a lot of tries, huh? So this was pretty lower register, and so I wanted a higher register of choirs, so I picked up East West Hollywood choirs for this and used the female choir and just did some additional chord notes of my own. Yeah, these are higher register, more soprano voices, East West Hollywood choirs. And then what I usually do to choirs is I take away this like whispery frequency on the 3K that they always have. See that? Ugh! Garbage. Get it? Get away from me. And then there's this resonance on the 1Ks. Right? So I just tame that a little bit. And then to compensate for the lack of whisper on the 3K now, I compensate with a little bit of high shelf boost past 6 to 7K. I did not. No. Chat, don't. Do not. I said 6 to 7. The 2 matters. Okay? Do not. Chat, stop. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. And then to round it off, there's an OTT after the EQ. And yeah, so both choirs in tandem, they play like this. So we have the lower registers from Steven and then high layers from Modus. And there's also this automation. This is controlling MIDI CC11, which in East-West Play, it's the expression modifier. This is basically like CC1, MIDI CC1 in Contact, which just automates the mod wheel, which in most libraries is the velocity or the intensity of the sample. So CC1 in Contact is CC11 in East-West. Same thing, just different CC number. So they get louder on the, and then they go down. So yeah, it's like wavy. It goes back and forth. And we've got the cellos. Cello is also going through its own processing chain. It's got a soothe on the bottom end to debloat, because this was getting pretty bloated this far down, so around the 300s. We've got an EQ. This was very bright, so here's how it sounded like. Alright, so the top end, especially the like 15K and above 19K was pretty bright. So I just turned off the effects processing, tamed it a little bit, also cleaned up the rumble further down here. Clean that up. And there's an imager, mono out the whole thing. And then another EQ to boost the high shelf. But like this is a smoother, more gentle, right? So here you can see the tame on the 19K is a lot more extreme, and now I'm doing a gentle high shelf to compensate, just like overall. See that? Whereas this is a lot more localized, right? And then the brass swells. And then finally we've got the bells, the awesome bells. No idea where he got these, but they're good. Look at that. All right, and then we've got some woodwinds from another idea of mine. These are octave rips. These are from Contact. So it's just like Contact. I think it was Metropolis Arc 4, I want to say, had these octave rips from the woodwinds. It's just that I used them in the mixing stems for another song, so I just pulled them from there. Like, I didn't even bother to re-record, to like reopen Contact, record the same octave rips again. So I just like fetched them from the stems I already had. Oh, great stuff. They just add a lot of accent in there. And then there's a waterphone. And there it is. And that's my additions to this. There's a choir, all these woodwinds and waterphones. There's the flute version of the arpeggio. You see it. It complements really well. And especially on the higher notes. You can hear just very explicitly the timbre of the flute there. And then there's a Kepler synth here that I almost forgot about. Yeah, this is important. It's very audible. So this basically complements the horns. There it is. So it adds a little bit of a synthy layer, more synthesized layer to the horns. So there's both the real thing, the orchestra, the more acoustic side of things, and then there's that combination with the more synthy side of things. And this is just Kepler again. Ah, awesome. And then there's an automation that takes all of this and just, as you can see, the filter is on the entire orchestra. And this thing will just take the whole thing, bring it down, and then open it back up for the build-up. So it's the kick roll. And then it's only on the last 3 beats that I add the sidechain back in. So the build-up actually starts without any sidechain. And then we have these chords. As you can see, it's the wall of sound from drop 2. All right. You guys ready to get to drop 2? Let's go. All right, let's get to that. But first, a question from Yotri: Are the orchestral elements supposed to be panned like how they would be in a real orchestra? Sometimes, yeah. There are times where I would literally just pull up an image from the internet, the typical like poster they have at schools, like the positioning of the orchestral instruments, and just use that as reference for the panning. So if the strings sit to the right of the director, they should be panned to the right. If if the brass sits, if the choir sits, the male choir sits to the left and the female to the right, then you pan those accordingly in relation to the director, right? So say you were the conductor, and how the orchestra sits down, where the orchestra sits down, where each instrument goes, you pan them according to that, right? But sometimes we can just take licenses and say, okay, we can follow orchestra panning, but then let's say there's a section where the left channel has a lot more emphasis than the right. So we can take a couple licenses to bring certain instruments back to the right channel to compensate for that like difference in volume on each side. So say there are there's instruments that are playing stronger on the left channel than on the right. So you get this like disparity where the left channel is much louder than the right channel. You don't really want that. So yeah, what you can do is just take a small poetic license and just bring some instruments back to the right to help compensate for the disparity in panning and make it sound nice and balanced on both ends. Right, drop 2, super saws. But these are interesting because there's a little trick here that you can do with the super saws. Notice how they sound very like flangery, very comb-filtery. They don't sound like your typical super saws, and that's just because there's this really cool trick that you can do with saws. So notice how I'm just gonna open up a new serum patch for this. Honestly, all right, here goes. So you have a saw, right? You detune it. You create a saw, but all of the faces. So when you hold this, you can see all the individual voicings of the super saw. Each of those sticks there, those are all phase randomized. So every voice plays at its own like random phase, starts with a random phase value. What you can do is align all of the phases by turning down this knob called randomize phase. So you turn it down all the way to 0, and that means all of the voicings start at 0 phase. Start at 0 degrees phase, but because they're slightly detuned from each other, their wave cycles each last a very slightly different amount. So you get this comb filtery effect. See that? As compared to this? That sounds slightly more uniform. This, there's more phase cancellations going on. Because the phases are closer to, they are closer together, they're destructively interfering more often. And usually when you get phase cancellations, you get comb filters. And so the more voices you add to this, the more comb filter you can make it sound. See that? So you can do these really cool flangery effects without even adding any flangers or comb filters, just by making the faces of each voice align with that patch. So what I have here is the saw patch that has 10 voices, no random phase. So each of these 10 voices starts at 0 degrees phase. And so because they're all slightly out of tune with each other, their wavelengths are all a slightly different amount. So they start interfering with each other when they're all phase aligned. They all start offsetting and they create these patterns of interference. And you can do this really cool phaser records. And it's just chords. And as you can see, it's the exact same chord progression as Steven had. Bum, 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 bum. It's the same thing. So if you were to play Steven's melody here, you absolutely could. Da, 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 ba, ba, ba. The only difference is that now, instead of repeating the same chord progression again, there's this F, which is my own bit, the F major. So this is like my contribution, my addition to the chord progression here. So this is Steven's part, this is my part that I added on top of Steven's. And there it is. So there's that, and then there's another layer which are the standard saws. So they're both playing the same, or more or less the same thing. So there's the phasery saws, and there's the non-phasery saws, which are drier, slightly brighter. And so when you play them both, you get the best of both worlds. You get phasery, but you also get nice and consistent and bright. And as you can see, they have a little bit of a gap between each note. So there's a little bit of attack on each note. Bum, 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 bum. Right? So they're slightly tighter. And then there's this. Pretty sure this is also an AO5 sample. Oh no, it's not. This is oh yeah, this is a sample from Spectra. So yeah, 2024 Spectra Ophelia Advent Volume 9, I think it was. The original, the first drop for Spectra was a stream community challenge where I invited everyone to send me samples, and I would make a drop with those samples, right? And this was one of them. Right, and that sound wasn't in the first drop of Spectra, and now it's here. I just did a melody with it. And now let's get to the elephant in the room, the lead. Many people have asked me, is this an AU5 lead? Is this like, what is it? Tell us. This lead is many things. It's at least 2 layers. One of them is a square sync lead, and there's this preset called bass and lead all at once. I actually bothered to add a description here for some reason. So what this is a saw wave, a square wave, and another saw wave, each at different octaves. So as you can see, this is the main one, the lowest octave. Then the square is 1 octave above, and the second square is detuned and 2 octaves above. And then you run these through a diffuser, which is basically a phase disperser, but just as a built-in filter in Serum. And then the effects, it's just a tube distortion to make it slightly grittier, noisier. So let's go one by one. We have this. Let's play the pattern with this. Without the other layer. So as you can see, all 3 of them have the sync modifier, and all 3 are being automated to the same clip. So there's one automation clip here that is controlling this. This thing is automating all 3, the sync modifier for all 3 oscillators. And as you can see, I linked all 3 of these to a macro, so that with one macro, I could just automate all 3 of them. So they're linked to this one, and then to this one as well. So that's layer 1, layer 2. That's what gives it the main sync square lead nature. And then there's this, which is the final layer. It's really high, but it's not really meant to be the main thing. It just acts as support, and as you can tell, it's quieter than the other 2. As you can see, in context, it just sort of blends in. It's only supposed to give it a slightly more detuned feel with that 6 voice. And then you add the diffuser. It's slightly grittier, and then without the distortion, it sounds like this. Still pretty gritty, but then and then finally we have a high pass and a slight tame on 6K and above. There it is, the tiniest thing. Oh, this is also getting sent to a bus with a destructor, another EQ, a delay, and a reverb. So that's where the delay and the reverb comes from. It's delay 3 and reverb. Then we have a second layer to this, which is a guitar lead. It's Red Edge 3 again. Red Edge 3 Metal Lead 1 patch is back into it. It's back, baby. I have all 4 tracks enabled, so I think the original Metal Lead 1 preset has only 1 of them. So I enabled all 4, gives it a slightly wider sound. So it gives it this like more acoustic, ampy nature to the lead, and then you combine the 2 and you get this. Really gritty at the high end. And there it is. And that's the lead. And then we've got the usual wall of sound, just samples on top of samples, on top of super saws, on top of super verbs. And then we've got the sub, which is now a separate thing. This is, I believe, it's the modus composite sub that I always use in my streams. Okay, it's pretty close. Yeah, it's the composite sub, but then the saw wave part of it I did separately with the D-pad. So I took this D-pad, which is just a drone, but with the fundamental also removed now. Here it is. The fundamental is removed off of the drone, and that allows me to layer a consistent sine wave sub underneath. So I have the sine wave and square wave harmonics separately, and this gives me a really full sub. And well, the drums are just the drums. Heavy kick, snare 05 from Meganova, layered with this, with what was originally going to be the actual snare for the second drop, right? Which sounds like this. So yeah. I believe the origins of the snare date back to Superluminal VIP 2023. So yeah. Crashes, hats, the usual, rights. And then there's some pre-clap Foley on on every other snare, I think. Yeah. So on the first snare, there's just a white noise filler. So it does spa. And then on every other snare, there are some additional Foley samples in there. There it is. It does. There it is. Pretty nice. And that's it. Like, that's the extent of it. Ah, yes. Let's get to this. So the piano comes in here. It's the piano, and then it does the same thing. The pre-drop from the first build-up, if you remember, it's the same thing. It's all connected. It's all connected. And then on top of that, there's another line that goes bam 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 bam. There's bam 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 bam. Here it is in the middle. And then there's another lead here that shows up. It's the same thing. And then there are, I believe, these are staccato strings. Yeah. That just bounced. And then there's this. But there's only one note. So what's happening here? Well, I decided to be a little cheeky here. And I manually tuned each note of the lead within the LFO in Serum. So the actual movement of the is here. This is what's retuning the lead. So there it is. It's just a sampler of two Bejeweled twist leads. And this is a space equivalent to one whole tone, and then this is a semitone, so it does dun 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 dun, right? So one whole tone, one semitone, one whole tone. So, and then for the harmonies here up top, it's different, I believe, because now it's two whole tones. So I had to clone the Serum patch and do the same thing here. That's because I wanted to be able to keep the sample going, because if I just did it manually, like I did with the leads, with the piano here, just every note is its own thing, right? The sampler would re-trigger from the same start point every time. So I wanted to be able to have the sample progress, because the sample has this built-in motion to it. So when you first play the original sample, which is somewhere here, there's some motion to that. I wanted to be able to keep that going, and the only way for me to do that was to do this. So I could play one note, right, throughout the whole thing. So this all counts as one single note that's getting repitched. So that way, the sample, the same retrigger of the sample is playing for this long, as opposed to it retriggering every single time I changed notes here. So this allows me to keep the sample rolling, and have the built-in motion from the sample as it's doing the da 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 da. So if I can do make bridged and have it play better, there it is. So as you can see, the sample keeps rolling even though it's changing notes, because it's not re-triggering, you know? It's all just one note, one big note with a pitch automation. And because of that, I can keep the sample rolling. And then both of these samples are set to slightly different speeds, I believe. Yes, one is set forwards, the other is set backwards. So it's like two different, and then one is panned to the left and the other to the right. So this gives me a very cool stereo effect where there's actually two separate sounds on each, like one sound on each channel. One of them is playing forwards, the other is playing backwards. So you get this really organic stereo movement. So as you can see, one is moving forward and looping forwards, and the other is looping backwards. So you get really natural stereo. And there it is. Flute rips. Pretty cool. And here are the bells. Plus 14 dB boost. They have to be pretty loud. And then there's all sorts of bass fillers here. Right, so there's Mega Nova sounds. But they're colored. Yeah, they're going through a chroma. And they're also going through an effector here with a flanger. So yeah, they have this automation here. So yeah, there's all sorts of fillers here. There's razors, sustain basses. And they're all going through the same chroma. Right? And there's a nice spark. This is not mine. Pretty sure this is from another Boom library pack. I think it was called Magic Arcane Forces, where this is from. And then this is a Growlzilla preset from an AU5 tutorial. I recreated the Growlzilla preset and used it to do that. And there it is. And well, drop 2B, so the second half of the second drop, is pretty much the same thing as this, but now it has halftime drums. So it's pretty much the same thing. Big wall of sound, so we got the whole orchestra here bounced, we've got reverse piano, we've got the Brahms, we've got more Brahms, the bass winds, the strings bass, we got an ethnic choir, and a regular choir. We got string chords, more strings, and this. And we got the anvils. Oh, there it is. Oh, and then there's this filler. Wow, okay. This filler is intense. I had quite a big processing chain for this, but this is like, on its own, it sounds like this. That's it. It's completely different. It's just a water drop thing that I recorded for this. See that? Pretty sure it's just a plug, just very heavily bandpassed. And then what I did in this order is first you big crush it, so you get more harmonics out of it. See that? So you automate the reduction, so you get all these harmonics that you can then retune. So this is giving us the source, the source sounds. This is giving us the source material that we're gonna recolor. Then we've got a frequency shifter. See how it does this. It's not really showing here because the UI is not updating fast enough, but there it is. It's doing stuff. And then we've got a free balance that just makes the volume go up as the sample winds down. And then we've got the main thing, which is end prism. I'm automating both the mix and the pitch, so the register of the individual resonators, like pitch things, like get transposed. See that? And then the rest is just processing and cleaning up. So we've got an OTT. But as you can see, that leaves us with a pretty big low rumble there. So we use a spectral gate to clean that up. We've got a fruity balance. Even more micro volume adjustments. We've got a soothe for the top end. For that really ear-piercing top end. So now it's a little softer, and then the imager finally to narrow down this high band, which was pretty wide before. And that's the main sound. And the rest I've already told you. Except for this. Max Squelch. Pretty sure this is either a Harmer preset or a Serum preset. Okay. So this is just 3 saw waves. 2 of them are detuned, but an octave apart, and the other is not detuned. So there's this. Oh, it's also layered with noise. So it's being filtered as well. It's got a pretty fast automation here that's handling the level of noise, and then another one with, here it is. So it's a very plucky saw. Very aggressively plucked. And then it's this. This is not plucked at all. Then we've got this, which is just doing the fifths. So it's pitched up a fifth. There it is. And then you layer this with the white noise. You get it slightly grittier, and then there's a compressor that is bypassed, and the tube distortion. That gritty, noisy thing. So, tame the top end, 20K. All pass phase dispersion, distortion, more distortion, another EQ, OTT, another EQ, and a delay. So yeah, pretty cool ARP. And then the higher notes I complemented with the pitch pinch again, with the same thing as the first drop. But yeah, apart from that, nothing I haven't told you yet. Well, there is this, which is just a chopped, glitched version of a Meganova pad. But yeah, of this pad, by the way. There it is. This is going to a glitch 2. That's just doing that. So that's bounced. And now it's the same thing, but now it's switched to triplets. Just the same arrangement of growls, but now it's in triplets. There's this other thing, which is Galactic Spank. I believe this is Ultranova, and then this is also Ultranova, I want to say. But yeah, it's pretty meaty growl here. There's this. That's the main thing. And then there's the harmonics. And then this. So yeah. Woo! When Tom fills. And then we've got the same outro piano spectral gated thing that was doing the end of the first drop. This thing, it's the same processing. I've already covered that. So now it's just doing lower notes. Nice. Na, dun, dun. So it's an F. Dun, 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 dun. So it's an F major with a minor seventh, and then there's a sixth in there. Dun, dun. Pretty interesting chord. Spicy. And then with the glissandos and everything. Just... Nice. And then we've got the strings. These are some tremolo strings from Contact as well, and then we've got a choir from Metropolis Arc 1. This is Native Instruments String Ensemble Symphony Series, yeah. And then this is Metropolis Arc 1 choir. So you can hear that choir there. And this is just a 3x oscillator I had for the idea, so this is just a draft. Yeah. I never got rid of that, so... Some more bells from Steven, the bell tree. Boom impact. And then the outro chords for the piano. Oh! This is Labs, in case you couldn't tell. Labs for this is great. Oh man. Just... What is that? Dun 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 dun. So it's playing C sus4 chord with a seventh in there. Din dun din dun. So basically the pentatonic without the minor. Without the minor third, sorry. Without the minor third. Din dun din dun dun. Nice. So it's a very neutral chord because it has no third. All right. So we're done with the instrumental. I hope you guys learned something. That's right. I said I was done with the instrumental, not with the whole breakdown. We still have a little bit more, and we're 3 hours and 25 minutes in. I'm so sorry, Jared. You're gonna get a massive VOD to work with. It's taking a little longer than I anticipated, but I think it's for the best because I am covering absolutely everything. I fully expected to have to skip over some stuff, but no, I'm covering it all. So yeah, just about timing where it ends. Yeah, all right. Shall we get to the mixing, mastering, and vocal mix project? Not a whole lot going on there, so it's just like going over the main processing chains for everything, and some of the general edits I did, and then that's that. So let's first close this project, and we'll do this live, so this might take a little while. Hi, I just got back from a nap. How could you? How dare you? How dare you? Wow, I just pulled the like billionaire laugh there. Oh. What the heck? How dare you take a nap while I'm tail abyssing? Tail Abyss FL Studio View edition. Yeah, we'll get to this. We'll get to the... Okay, so what you have to do, right, is you take that arrangement and you arrange it into groups. Actually, I should have probably opened it. So let me just show you shortly. So I'll reload the Tail Abyss production session so I can show you what I did to be able to export the stems for it. But I'll explain in the meantime. So basically, the way that was laid out, you can't really export stems. You could do the like split mixer tracks option in the export window on FL, but that doesn't export the groups, which there are a lot of. it only exports individual tracks pre-routing. But there's a lot of routing going on, so that's only half of the story. I have to be able to export all of the chain, all of the different places it routes through. It routes through all the way to the master, right? So to do that, what I had to do was just rearrange my project on a separate view, such that each instrument has its own track, and then once you do that, you hit this option in FL called Export Playlist Track Groups, right? So you group things by instrument and you hit Export All Playlist Track Groups from Time Selection. So you do the time selection and it goes through one group at a time, exporting. Now, because each group is one export, you basically have to render 50 files one by one. It does it automatically, but it's still 50 renders, like 50 separate renders. So it takes a few hours to export all the stems. Wow, opening the same production project after I closed it, and it's like a 40 gigabyte RAM project. I would have never been able to do this without the post message registry edit. Look at it, hasn't crashed. What the heck? All right, here it is. So there's a separate separate arrangement here in this same project called Stem Export, and it's exactly what I just explained. It's basically just everything organized by group. So I literally took this and I had to manually like rearrange everything into this, right? So now everything has its own group. So there's the choirs, there's the strings, there's the choirs, the strings, so everything. All of the strings, no matter what library, all of the strings are here, whether it's Steven's strings or mine. So yeah, it's all here. And so you just hit export all playlist track groups and you repeat this with and well, you only have to do it once, then FL like exports every single track. So first it'll export this, then this, then this, then this, then this, then this, and it takes several hours. But after 4 or 5 hours, you just, so what you can do at that point is just you get up, you leave, and then you go do something else, and then by the time you come back, you have all of the stems automatically exported with all of the right sounds and the sidechain applied and everything, right? So now we are ready finally to take a look at the mixing and mastering project. So yeah, let's put on some waiting music while this closes again. How long does it take you to work on Till Abyss? I started work on it in September, late September. I finished the song around December to start of January, I want to say. So around there. So it took me around 3 months. From the time Steven sent me the stems. So like from the time we knew we wanted to collab, right? Was around September, was when we had that first Zoom call. And then he sent me his stems, and then from there I started doing my thing. I started that project you just saw in September. I finished it in December to January, so about 4 months. And then with the mixing and mastering and the vocal mix, once that arrived, that took an additional like week or something. So around 3.5 months to 4 months total work from nothing to final version. Okay, let's open the Till Abyss mixing project. This is gonna be a lot faster because it's just bounced files. As you can see, it just loaded immediately. It's just files now. There's no patterns, or at least next to no patterns. You'll see. Okay, here we are. Welcome to the mixing and mastering session for Till Abyss. And now you can start to see that we actually have a vocal group now. So yeah, Toryn is now here. We have a couple things to go over for Toryn. But first, just a really quick overview of just cut the silences on each stem first thing. And then for this, Whenever there's cuts here, that's because usually there's a little bit of a pop because of sidechain timing inconsistency. So I just went and like manually hit chop beats, chop sample by beats, and just did a general, fade in, fade out on everything. Not as tedious as it sounds. And then just go around removing the silences, or most of the silences. Not sure why that stayed in there. But yeah, this is just now this sounds a little bit more developed, because now this is going through the final mastering chain with a full limiter, with a full G3 and Pro L combo. So yeah, and then we've got tons of one-off automations. So we've got certain automations to, for example, carve out mids on certain stems to make room for the vocals. So say the piano and the vocals share a lot of frequencies in the middle here. So I just dip the mids quite literally with an EQ, just mid, like less mid in the 580s, and very wide band, right? And that just makes out all the room necessary for the vocals to come through there. And then there's everything laid out there. Some things, there's another EQ that turns on only here. I believe this has, oh yeah, this raises the high end. So all these edits that are made on top of the production session, most of them are feedback suggestions from feedback streamers. So say I send this to Toki and he suggests that I boost the high end on the snare during the build-up, which I believe is an actual thing he told me to do. So I just go back to this project because I don't need to, now I no longer need to go back to the production project because I have all the stems now. So I just go here, activate an EQ only on this section and just raise it. Easy, fixed. The hat is still not there because, as you can, as I told you at the start, that is actually added, I think, later, or maybe even here. What was the hat? Where was it? Here. So as you can see, on the final stage is when I finally added that clock ticking sound that doubles as a hat. But yeah, just some general edits, some general volume adjustments here and there. So say I want the sub to be louder here and there, or certain sub notes are louder than others. I just go here and just match by eye. So if this is like that, just make sure that they're all in the same ballpark volume-wise, right? So just lots of eyeballing, manual adjustment. And this is all making my job easier for mastering later, because there's going to be less things for the limiter to have to worry about and damage control. At last, let's get to Toryn's vocals. Yeah. So the intro is just tons of reverb, right? Without any of... So, look, I'm just going to turn off all of the effects on all of the vocal tracks, so you just get to hear the raw thing she sent me. And this is after some small retuning and retiming. So as you can see, I retimed the syllables so they would fall like perfectly in time. But this is as close to raw as possible here. As you can see, there's still that like mic hum from the recording, the room ambient sound. And there's a bunch of volume adjustments done to this. So once it goes through the reverb, these notes get accentuated. The louder notes come through more. Which is... right? And there it is. All right, and then we've got the vocal chops. quite literally, all you do is take. I don't think these are, or maybe they are. Hold on. Oh yeah. Okay, so Toryn sent me this track that was just full of ad-libs. It was called Tons of Ad-lib Options, and she just did like a lot of ad-libs for me to choose from and incorporate into the track. This is always really useful for vocalists to do. It makes my job a lot easier. And from there, I just picked some vowels and I manually chopped them around to into the melody that I wanted. So some of them I had to transpose, some of them I had to slightly adjust because they weren't they were slightly out of pitch, whatever. And even then, I bounced this whole thing into a track, and then I ran it through Newtone to center, like fully finish centering the tuning and do the processing. Some delay there. And there's the stereo delay knob on the sampler turned up. What you can do, RG Genius, is join the Discord server if you're not already in there. And by the way, this breakdown, unlike other streams, will stay public, so you'll be able to watch the whole thing. Just saying. We're doing a public service for the community. That should have had an applause sound. We're doing a public service for the community. So yeah, we've got the vocal chops there. All right, and then let's get to the real meat and potatoes of this.
It's a mystery, it's an unknown.
That sounds more like it, huh?
An enigma, yes or no. A sea and ocean for me to roam, to find my home, search my soul.
All right, so focusing on the vocals once again, I'm just gonna play you the fully dry signal here. So as you can see, some of them are different takes than others. So this is take 2, this is take 3. Toryn sent me 3 different takes of each line, so I could pick and choose for each individual phrase which one I liked most. So I could just go.
It's a mystery, it's an unknown.
That's a raw signal, right?
It's a mystery, it's an unknown. An enigma, yes or no.
Really cool.
A sea and ocean for me.
Like there are things I would have never thought of doing. I would have never thought of asking the vocalist to do. Like this little decoration here.
It's a mystery, it's an unknown.
I think it's later.
An enigma, yes or no. A sea and ocean for me to roam, to find my home.
I think there's a point where it's a mystery, it's na 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 na. That was really cool.
It's a mystery, it's an unknown.
It's not so so prominent there, but there was a little point there.
Will find my soul.
Or I must be tripping, but yeah, it's just there are like certain things that you ask the vocalist to do this melody, and then they will adjust it to their range, to how they work, and sometimes you get really cool things like certain adjustments or like certain small changes to the like decoration notes that really add, they like really help for the song. Okay, so that's the raw signal.
An enigma, yes or no.
And fully processed.
An enigma, yes or no.
This is the dry one.
Ocean for me to roam, to find my home.
And then with everything else, with the delay and reverb, automations.
It's a mystery, it's an unknown.
Pretty cool.
An enigma, yes or no.
Okay, so what in the heck is going on here to process this vocal into what it is? Okay, so let's go step by step. The top line here
It's a mystery, it's an unknown.
It's going through several processes. The first of which is obviously an EQ, have to clean up that room ambient noise. Then there's a de-esser. So these are the first two things I do for any vocal really, is to clean it up. So clean up any ambient room noise, and then de-ess. So control the sibilances. And even then, you'll find me manually finding the S's. So
it's a mystery.
It's a mystery. So this S, I'll just like manually chop it, right? So like manually chop it around and just isolate that S and control the volume of the sibilance. So it really doesn't get better than this for de-essing. This is really the best de-esser you could do. Just manually chopping the S, isolating the sibilance, and just adjusting the volume of just the S. It's the best possible de-esser you could have, just full manual control. And then there's a twin tube. This is for saturation, so it helps warm up the vocal a little bit. Then there's a very slight chorus, three voice chorus, and this helps it. This helps whiten it a little bit and also detune it slightly. So it sounds like this.
It's a mystery, it's an unknown.
And with the chorus,
it's a mystery, it's an unknown.
It gives it this really subtle detune-esque texture, which I like for this. It sounded fitting for the song. Then there's Pro C.
It's a mystery, it's an unknown.
My first barrier of defense compressor. And there's an OTT, no upwards compression, very low depth.
It's a mystery, it's an unknown.
The Destructor. So this is just some saturation.
It's a mystery.
Helps with the high end, makes it stand out a little bit more. And then a Golfos, which is basically just a smoother version of Soothe.
It's a mystery, it's an unknown.
And then we've got a vintage tape emulation from Ozone. I'm just increasing the input drive to try to boost the harmonics a little bit.
It's a mystery, it's an unknown. An enigma.
Trying to make it sound a little bit more analog. And then from this top line, the vocal is going two places. One of them will be the morph layer, which I'll get to at the end. But this other one, I'm adding a little bit of reverb later. So it's 13%, 0.2 seconds. So just a little bit of space.
It's a mystery.
Not to make it sound fully dry. So it's just a little bit of space, a little bit of wet in there.
It's a mystery, it's an unknown.
And then this is going to another track which has another full rack. There's another twin tube. There's another Pro C. So it's just very small modifications. So instead of having one compressor compress like 7 dB at once, I would much rather have 7 compressors in series, each compressing 1 decibel, because each compressor has to do doesn't have as hard of a job, right? And the vocal doesn't suffer as much from it, right?
It's a mystery.
So you overall get a more a smoother sound.
It's
overall.
A mystery. It's an unknown.
Smoother effect. You don't like smash the vocals so much through any one of the compressors. There's another vintage exciter. There's an EQ. So yeah, boost the 1Ks. There's an OTT, 12%. Once again, very subtle. It just helps bring out some of the higher end. Then there's another reverb. This gets automated. So I believe it's this one.
It's a mystery. It's an unknown.
There it is.
An enigma.
It's the one that does the fade and swells on the gaps. And there's a delay 3, same thing, gets automated here. It's linked to that automation. And then just general 30 balance, so just a volume utility and a hyper chorus to control some detuning. This comes in handy for the vocal chops at the end of the breakdown for the dan din dun dun dee dun dum. So here, if I actually turn on the automations, you'll be able to hear it. I believe I actually did this later. Yeah. Here it is. All right. And yeah, same processing chain applies to the harmonies, really. Are we done with the top line, or are there any more effects here? The armor effects. Okay, and then this is the final. So at this point, the vocal has gone through like 5 different mixer tracks, right? And each of them has its own like full rack. So at any, so the vocal is like going through like 40 different effects to get it to sound like this. So, but each is doing a very small, very specific role, right? So it's like we're slowly sculpting the vocal into its current form. So we've got this very subtle EQ. This is a bandpass. This is meant for ad-libs or harmonies that need this like radio effect. There's another chorus. This is for parts that sound very tame. This is just an EQ that will activate on certain points of the song to make it brighter. And there's a general air boost with an air EQ, which is a mastering type EQ I like to use, and a Pro MB, just in case there are any like Fs, which are just really bright impulses on 15K and above, something like that. So yeah. Then with all the reverb. And the harmonies go through pretty much the same chain. Volume adjustments. And there it is. Look at that buffer size. It's really struggling, huh? Because it's going through like 50 plugins, the vocal. But no, yeah, that's the gist of it, really. It genuinely cannot. So I'm not even gonna bother. Okay, and the last thing is this. This morph layer. In order... So there are certain harmonies that I wanted to do that were not in Toryn's files. That, or I just wanted a more digital sound at times. I wanted this like soft, velvety texture below the vocal. So what I did is I ran the top line in conjunction with that chain. I also sent it to a separate path where it goes through a morph. It's a mystery, it's an unknown. So it's literally vocoded to a saw. So I'm imprinting the saw harmonics onto the vocal, and then I'm just recreating the vocal. So I just did the same MIDI I did for the vocal MIDI placeholder, for the vocal placeholder piano instrument on the production session. I just vocoded the vocal with a saw wave. And it's basically doing a lower octave because Toryn can't sing that low, right?
It's a mystery, it's an unknown.
So now we have this tiny layer that's below the top line.
It's a mystery, it's an unknown.
And you can also do custom harmonies with this.
Search my soul.
And there it is.
Search my soul.
And same thing here. And that's that.
We'll find my soul.
And then there's all the reverbs. That's all automation, just manually going in and automating each section, adjusting volumes. And then I bounced some of the reverbs and reversed them. So there's all these. So there's like these slapbacks within the...
A sea and ocean for me to roam.
Is that. And each of these, I believe, is panned to one side. But then with the reverb, it kind of like gets a little bit... Oh, yeah, no. It's just because the automation's not turned on. There it is. So each of the oceans gets panned. Which is a pretty cool back and forth effect you can do there.
Sea and ocean for me to roam.
Pretty cool.
To find my
It's the little things always.
home. Search my soul.
And yeah, same ad-libs at the end. Same reverb chain. Actual note that Toryn sang. High B flat. What the heck? I did not edit this in. Toryn actually sang that note. He pulled. She pulled it off, man. Let's go. All right, and then from this you export it without the limiter applied. You export a pre-master and the full vocal mix, and this is where you just make final touches. So here, what I did is I slightly sidechained the vocal as well. So it's not a full sidechain. It's more like a 50%, but very short sidechain as well. And this also helps integrate it, right? And then what I'm also doing here is I'm sidechaining the vocal mix into the pre-master with a soothe, which is basically doing the same as a track spacer. So there's this soothe called Vocal Carve.
Search my soul.
Which, as you can see, it's acting on the vocal content. So, as you can see,
Search my soul.
it's taking the vocal content and it's carving it out of the instrumental. So the vocals are like carving room into the mix for themselves.
Search my soul.
And the last thing to do is to add the final thing. So one-off automations here. There are some automations here. There's some slight micro adjustments, adding the hat into the pre-drop. And then there's this chord at the end, which I also added post production. Some hats as well, sprites. And this. I added that at the very end. Because this is a thing that we thought about at the end. And finally, we've got a stereo separation automation. So it's going to mono things out when it's time for the drop to hit. So for the pre-drop, you narrow things down and then you spread them back out for the drop. So you get this feel that the drop kind of like exploded into the stereo image. And the same thing goes for the second pre-drop. So just big explosion. And the last thing is just adjusting gain with the limiter, right? So mastering chain, an ozone imager to adjust the stereo field. Bass was pretty wide, so I centered it quite a bit, and then I spread out elsewhere. Then we've got a multiband compressor, which is just going to help keep each band under its own limit. So make sure the bass doesn't go too loud, because if not, once it goes through the limiter, if there's an instance where the sub goes too loud, the limiter is going to make a clip and all that. So it's just making sure each band stays within a certain range of volume so that when it goes through the limiter doesn't have to damage control so much as doing the thing it's supposed to do, which is add flavor, right? And then there's a Golfos on the master as well, but this is Golfos Master, the master version of Golfos. It's just slightly higher quality and it's a little bit more granular. Then there's a little tame I did on the 5K because I had this really resonant frequency there, just especially on the second drop. I had it muddying up everything and I couldn't figure it out, and I eventually narrowed it down to this very narrow band in 5K. So I dipped that, everything unclogged. It was sick. And then the final piece of the puzzle are the limiters. So this is my limiter of choice. Invisible limiter G3 is the limiter I always use on all of my tracks. It's the most transparent limiter I've ever used. It's just great. So yeah, lowering the volume on the pre-drops and then bringing it back up for the drops for that extra impact. Right. And And yeah, just making sure to keep things contained, so there's not any like super like jarring volume mismatches or anything. And then last but not least, we have a Pro L whose single task is to do true peak limiting. So I don't really like the true peak limiter on G3, so I have it turned off. And I use true peak with Pro L2 instead. So all I do is I turn this off. I have no gain boost, and I set this to minus 0.1 dB true peak. This basically guarantees that I'm not going to have any clips in the analog domain. And lastly, we just have the loudness meter, and we just watch it go brrr. Hell yeah. -3. -3 max. Let's go. Sometimes even hitting on the -2s. Really cool. -2.7. And that's how you master a track to -2, but keeping it clean. And guys, I think that's it. 4 hours on the dot. Damn. That's pretty cool. All right, so I was able to break down a song that took me 3 to 4 months to make in 4 hours. And I'd say it's a pretty good metric. And I covered pretty much all the bases, which is something I was expecting to not be able to do. I was fully expecting to have to skip some parts. But no, I covered all the bases with this. So, yeah, that's it. Guys, Tail Abyss breakdown. Tail Abyss has been covered, and breakdown is over. So, yeah, thank you all so much to those of you who stayed until the very end. I'm gonna go have some dinner right now. If you're watching the supercut, this will also be the outro. So yeah, I hope you've had an amazing time. I hope you learned something, and I'll see you around. Pizza burger, indeed. Pizza burger, indeed. So yeah, Tail Abyss is out now with Steven Spies and Toryn. Please go stream it. We worked very hard on it. Saw it on Insta, bro. Pizza burger. I actually have tasted it. They sell pizza burgers here. They're legendary. They actually taste like pizza. It's crazy. They actually did it. They pulled it off. How? I don't know, but they sell pizza burgers here. They're awesome. But yeah. So Tail Abyss with Steven Spies and Toryn is out now. It has been since Monday. I hope you guys learned something. Yeah, I think I'm gonna head off now. I've been Paul, aka Modus. Thank you for joining, and stick around until the very end. We'll see each other again tomorrow, less than 24 hours, for Feedback Hour once again. Yes, finally. Finally, another feedback stream. I can see you guys just frothing at the mouth, waiting for the... I just want to send my track to Paul already. Okay, you'll get your time. Just chill, relax. Just live your life. So yeah, I've been Paul, aka Modus. Without any further ado, I'll head off right now. As always, until next time.